Hi, my name is Chris, and I will teach you how to create a turn-based combat system like in Final Fantasy VII. I have around 3 years of experience working in a professional environment, and I have worked for all kinds of projects of all sizes, and as well for several big companies around Mexico. So, without further ado, let's begin to see what you will learn in this project. So, let's now begin with the project outline. In session 1, I will teach you, or we will install our Unity and Visual Studio tools that we will use for creating this project. And then we are going to move on to understanding turn-based combat systems, how they are made, and important points that we need to have in mind. Then we are going to move on in session 2 to data structure. We will be defining all the base data structures for the characters like health, speed, mana, and character states. For example, if the character is in combat, is reloading something, etc. Just to have better control about what our character is doing. And then in session 3, we will move on to setting up our game user interface. We'll start building our user interface to look like this. We will set our 3 character names or the character names that are present. Then we will set up our character HP, mana points, and of course the limit and the time in which they can take an action. And then in session 4, we'll move on to the game logic. In this, we'll begin to program all the gameplay, our main combat loop, and connecting the data with the UI. Then we will be expanding our character data that we made in session 2 to handle abilities and more cool stuff. Then, in this session, we'll be using character abilities in our combat loop. Then we are going to move on to a simple enemy AI, and then finishing with the game state, where we lose or we won the game. And then in here, in session 5, we'll begin importing all our characters for using them directly in combat with animations. And as well, we will import some spells as well that we can use, so our project looks a lot better. And then in session 6, we'll begin testing all the combat system that we made thoroughly, then fixing all of the bugs that we found, and then further notes about the project and some final touches that we will give to our project. And then in session 7, we'll finally do a project recap to see what we have learned and what we did. So, I hope you take this project, and I hope to see you very soon. Hello. In these first sessions, we'll begin to install Unity and Visual Studio. So, in your favorite search engine, we're gonna search for Unity. And then in here, we're gonna head to download Unity in here. And then from that, we are not going to choose any of these options. We're gonna head to resources and then head for older versions of Unity. And then in here, we're gonna download this version, 2018.2.13. If you have a Mac, then you should download the Unity installer for the Mac. And if you have Windows, then you should download the Windows version. In this case, I will download the Windows version. Since I already have it downloaded, I will not download it again. So after it finishes downloading, you should open the installer. Let me open the installer here and then hit next. Be sure to read the terms of service. Hit next. And in here, you need to be sure to install the Microsoft Visual Studio tools, the version of Unity, and the other tools you need. In this case, I'll just install WebGL, Vuforia, and Android. And then you're gonna head to install it in the hard drive you need. Then hit next. After that, you need to install your version. After you finish installing, then you should be good to go. I'm gonna cancel these installations because I already have Unity installed. Then we are going to install Visual Studio. So in your favorite search engine, let's search for Visual Studio. Then we are gonna head for downloads. And then in here, let me switch to English. And then in here, you're gonna download the Visual Studio 2017 Community Edition, because the other versions are paid versions and the community versions have everything we need. So we are going to download this installer. And then after you have finished installing this, you should have another launcher. Now, after you have finished downloading the installer or the Visual Studio Community, you should either have Visual Studio Community in the Visual Studio installer. In this, we are going to modify the Visual Studio version. Let's wait until it loads, and then you're gonna get a lot of packages in here. What you want to install is the developing games with Unity, or you can find for the icon of Unity in here. Be sure that you have this installed, and then you're gonna finish it installing in here. I will not do this because I already have a lot of packages installed, as well as Unity, as developing games with Unity. So I'm gonna close this, and then we should be good to go in using Visual Studio in our Unity version. So after we have finished installing all our tools, we'll begin to open up another Unity project. So launch up your Unity version, and then we are going to create a new project. So we're gonna head in this launcher, we're gonna hit new, and then we're gonna call this project Final Fantasy VII Combat System, like this. And because our project will be in 3D, be sure to select the 3D template, just like this. And then be sure that we are not selecting any asset packages as well. So everything looks ready, and then we're gonna hit to create the project. Let's finish this until it's finished importing everything. Okay, so after we have finished creating our new project, we're going to delete everything that comes inside of the folder assets, and then we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it scripts. And then we are going to create another folder called scenes. And lastly, we're going to create another scene called main scene. And this concludes our setup session, and hope to see you in the next one. Hi, welcome back. In this session, we'll begin to study how a turn-based combat system is. And in this case, we're going to study some images in here that I have to study the behavior that Final Fantasy VII has. So in here, let's take a deep look, first of all, at the UI. In here we have a window, and then we have a middle here in the corner, and in here we can see all our characters and a small border UI in here. And then after that we have another window that shows all the stats of our characters. Here we can see all the health points of Cloud, the mana points as well, which we can see has a slider in here as well, with the HP as well. And then we have each player's limit burst and time action window or bar as well. The limit window is the special ability that each character has. And this feels very slowly, and as well it feels whenever the character takes damage or makes an action as well. And then the time is related to the player's speed. What we wanna do here is to create a small bar in here that increases over time. And whenever it finishes, we want to be able to do an action with that character. So let's take another look at this photo. Then after a character has reached the maximum limit of the time bar, we want to pop up this window here, which allow us to use a standard attack or a magic attack, which we can select from. And as we can see here, we see a brief description of the action that we will do as well. And in here, after we have selected our attack or ability, then we select an enemy. And as we can see here, whenever we are selecting an enemy, we need to have a marker as well. And the character that has this little icon in here is the one that will make the action as well. So in here, we're seeing the name after we have finished selecting our ability. In here, we see the enemy name that we want to attack. And in this case, since each character is the same, each enemy is the same, we're seeing an A at the end as well. And whenever we have finished doing an action, the character or our player that we have that we are controlling needs to go in front of the enemy and do damage to him. Like maybe the character will be an animation, will handle maybe animation events for handling this type of stuff, to know the exact moment that we want to do the damage. Maybe exactly when the player punches the enemy, we want to show the damage that the character has done to the enemy. So let's go see another photo. And then in here, when the enemy wants to attack a player, we can see that the enemy doesn't have any UI. We cannot see anything about the enemy. The only thing that we can see about the enemy is that whenever an enemy attacks a player, is that the enemy action creates a small window here. And in here, we see the action that the enemy is taking. In this case, we are seeing that the enemy has attacked with an attack name of rocket launcher. And as we can see here, the enemy is sending a rocket to this player as well. And as we can see here, whenever the enemy damages a player, we want to show the UI of the damage that has been done as well. And of course, whenever we are using a magic or another ability that is not the main ability attack, we want to show a list of the abilities that the player has to use. In this case, we see that the player has a cure ability as well. And as we can see here, we also see the mana points needed to do this action, which we will take care of as well. And of course, we will take care of another character that is not going to go directly in front of the enemy. We want maybe a magician in here, like this guy, that does ranged attacks. In this case, when we want to attack the enemy, and since the enemy is ranged, and since the player is a caster, we want the player or the character to do one step forward and then execute the casting animation. And then after that, we're going to activate the spell particle system to send a firebolt or whatever particle systems that we will use as well. And then as well, whenever one of our character dies, we want to have the same animation as the enemy when it dies. In this case, we are just going to handle a small fading with the mesh of the players and with the enemy as well. There are certain rules as well. Whenever we cannot stop any of the actions that the enemy is doing. For example, if a character or an enemy is attacking this guy here, but this character can attack, but is being attacked by this character, we cannot directly stand or make two actions. We cannot have two actions taking place at once. So we need to have a lot of control to whenever that we want to have only one action happening at once. So if this enemy is attacking this guy, and then I am using this character to attack this guy as well, then the action will take place until this enemy has finished attacking this guy first. And then we're going to do this infinitely until all our characters have lost all of the health, or all of the enemies has lost first. So we need to create a system that can handle this. And of course, we will handle this all in this project. So in the next session, we will begin to handle the basic data structures for the project. So I hope to see you in the next session. Hello and welcome to session 2. In this session, we will begin to set up all of our base data structures that we will use to create this combat system. So first of all, let's create in our scripts folder, we will create another folder called data, like this. And then in here, what we want to do is create another script, and we're gonna call it character. Maybe we can leave it at character data for now. If we want to rename it later, we can do it, but it is very improbable that we will do this. So let's open up the script. My Visual Studio is being opened, and here we go. Okay, so in this class, what we want to have is the basic structure of our character, all the data, all our basic parameters, and all that stuff. So I really don't think that this will be a mono behavior, but for now, let's just leave it at this. We will simplify things later. Now let's set up our public parameters right now. So we'll create a new, string for the name. Let me open here another window to see what exactly we need. So we need the character name, we need the HP, we need the limit points for when it gets everything filled up. We want to activate the limit or the ability to use the limit ability of our character, and then the speed as well. So I will close this real quick. So character name, like this, and then as we can see here, we want to have full health points. We don't want decimal values in here. So we are going to do a public integer, which will be character health. Maybe we can simplify this to only call it a health in here, like this. So we will not create a long name for the variable. And then what we want to do here is now set the mana points. So public integer as well, mana points. And then what we want to do is our limit points as well. So this, I think we should be able to set it as a float as well, because we want to increase it over time, and as well as the character speed. So we're going to set this as character speed. So we may set this like this, speed, and then our limit points, limit burst points, like this. Now I will just do it like this. And then after this, what we want to do is have the current points that our player has. For example, we need a maximum and then we need a minimum, or our current points. The minimum will be 0 in each value. So in here, what we want to do is public int current health. And then in here, we want to do here as well, public int mana maximum points, or better, mana current points. So, okay, mana points, current points, health. Maybe we can rename this to max health. So this is correctly named. Mana current points, mana max points, and then here as well, current limit burst points, like this. And then in here, what I want to do is the current speed or current feel, but I think I will just leave it at current speed, like this. Okay, so the max health will be equal to this value here. The current health will be this one. And for the mana points, we cannot see the current mana points, but this is treated as the current mana points. But it is important to have the maximum mana points as well, for if we want to refill the mana points, making sure that it doesn't go beyond the limit, and so on. And then here with our limit burst points will be the maximum value that needs to be able to execute the ability here. And then with our current speed and speed, the speed will be the maximum value as well, the same with the limit burst. So I will rename this to max LV. Max LV points and current LV points. Just like this. It is important to not have our variables to be quite long. Okay, so I will save the script and then go back in here. I will close this now. Okay, so we have our data in here. I will create a new game object to import this as in here to see what we have now. Okay, perfect. Now what we want to do here is create another script. Let me close Visual Studio so we don't get with errors. And then I will just call it character control. This will be like the character, like the main script that will be present in the scene. We do not want the data to be present here in the scene. We want to use this as only data and not as a mono behavior. So what we want to do here is open our character control. And then in here, what we want to do is to set a public character data. In here, we want a reference of this class. So char data. And then we are going to save the script just like this. And then in here, what we want to do is let it finish compiling. Then we want to remove this component and add our character control. And in here, we do not want to have this, that it is expecting a mono behavior. So we're going to go back to our Visual Studio. And then we are going to remove the mono behavior class in here. Like this. And then we're going to head back in here. Maybe I didn't save. Let me see. Or maybe it was compiling. Okay, so what we want to do now is to set that it is a serializable class. So above the class, we're gonna set system.serializable. This will allow us to see all the values in here instead. Okay, let me see what is going on in here. Yes, I was referencing the character control and not the character data. So in here, we now can see all the values in here that represents our character data. So we will begin using all of this data inside our game. Let me try to do something in here. I will just do space and I will set it to 10. And as we can see here, it makes a nice space for our variables. So I will just do this in each parameter so we can organize our script better. In here, and in here. Let's wait for this to compile, and now we can see that all our variables are correctly set in here now. Now, I want to move on onto handling the character states. So for this, we want to go back to our character data, and what we want to do is use an enumerator, or no, an enum, sorry, an enum for handling all these data types. So in here, what we want to call this is our character state, like this, and we want to make this public since we want to access this everywhere, and as well as when we want to handle all our main game loop and all of that stuff. So in here, we are just going to set up our base character states. So for this, what we want to do is we want to set idle already. We want to set attack as well. We want to use this for when the character is not doing anything. We want to set this for when the character is ready to make an action, when the timer value has gone all the way up, and we want to use this character state for when the player is being attacked by an enemy. So we want to use this to avoid the character to not use any actions or not being able to do any actions. So I am just going to save this script in here and go back to my character control class. And then, okay, let's go back to Unity in here. And of course, we need to set up our new character state, just like this. I will just copy and paste this space so it is better organized. So public character state, and then character state, just like this. We're going to go back and see what are we seeing in here. So in here we are able to see idle, ready, and attacked. We want to specify another value, so when everything is booting up and starting. So I am just going to create a new state called loading or something like that. For example, when we are entering the battle and all that stuff. So loading, idle, loading for when we are entering the stage. So as we can see here, we're going to set loading, idle, ready, and attacked. Let's just set another one, which will be attacking, like this. So I think that with these character states, we have everything ready for setting our character data. Later in a more later sessions, we'll move on to setting our new class, which will be the abilities. And in here, we will actually program the behavior that we want the ability to have. So let's go back and see how is this looking now. Perfect, attacking, perfect. Maybe we want to add another state for when the player is getting back to his main position that he was before. But we'll move on to that part when we begin programming the main user behavior and the main game loop as well. So now we have our base character control class, which we'll use for all the playables that will be in the scene. Normally I would like to use scriptable objects, but for not doing this project more complex than it is, I will just create simple classes for this. So with this character control class, we'll be able to control directly our characters, and as well setting this to be an enemy. So this way we are not creating two classes for an enemy and from a playable character. So this is perfect. We will just do another character state, another enumerator, another enum, sorry, which will be if it is friendly or an enemy. The friendly ones will be the one that we can take control from. So I will just do a public enum character team for now. We're going to call this, and will be friendly and enemy as well. And then in here we're going to set this in here without a space, character team, and in here character team, like this. Let's go back to Unity and see what our result are in here. So it is compiling. Now we have friendly or enemy. Okay, perfect. Now we have fully our base data structure that we will use for our game. So I hope you enjoyed this session, and I will see you in the next one where we will begin to set up our main UI for the game. So see you in the next one. Hi, and welcome to session 3. In this session, we will begin to deploy our main assets that we have here that I gave you, which you can download in the project website. And in here, you will get a Unity package that you can import into our Unity project. So let's begin by doing that, and we'll begin deploying and setting up our main UI from the package. So in here, we'll deploy our package. We'll import our package that I gave you. So I will just grab my package and add it inside in Unity in the assets folder. And then in here, I imported all of the main meshes and 3D models that we will use. But mainly, we'll be focusing on the UI. So let's import the package. Let's wait until it finishes importing. We will later move on into changing the font as well in one of the later sessions. So in here, what we want to do is begin creating our main canvas in here. But first, what we want to do now is take a little reference in this. We want a window that will be here in the corner, and another window that will be in the right corner as well, and another window right in here. So let's begin by doing these 3 windows first. Okay, so we'll begin by creating a new UI here in the hierarchy, a new canvas, just like this. We're going to double click in the canvas, set a 2D view, and with the mouse wheel we can adjust this so we can get a better view. So now what we want to do is we will create another panel in here, and this will be our window that will be right here. But it is recommended that we add another canvas as a window, because in terms of performance, whenever we want to update another canvas, for example, let's say that we only want to update these bars in here, but if we set all of these canvas as a canvas, then everything will be rendered again. And if we set this as a canvas, as an individual canvas, then only this will be rendered again and not all the other UI elements. So this is why we are setting up another canvas in here. And in here, we're gonna set the name to be name canvas in here. So name canvas like this, and then we are going to adjust these values in the rect transform. So I am going to click in the little box in here, press shift and then alt, all of those together, and we're gonna double click in the middle window, in the middle box in here. This way we can adjust this like this. And now our canvas in here does not take all of the windows in here. So let's begin by doing this. I will call it share info better. It really doesn't matter what I name all my elements and UIs. You can name it the way you want as well. So now that we have this little window in here, we want to create another one, but before that we want to set our main canvas, which I will rename right now main canvas, to be a scale with a screen size. So in here I will just put this reference resolution, and in the case that you want to set your own kind of resolution, I recommend going to your screen resolution settings in your system, and in here you can see all of the resolutions that you want to get. In this case, I just want a standard 720p resolution for our canvas. So it is 1280 and 720. So now I will just change this right now, like this. And in here, you can play around. I normally like to set match width or height, or you can set it to expand, which I am going to set this in here. And then I am just going to I want to set this to be in the corner. So what I want to do here is maybe we can adjust this like this, and then setting the pivot point the same way as we did before, with shift and alt and double clicking to set our pivot point in here. So no matter how we move our window in here, the UI will be set up to always have this ratio, which is good for us. And as we can see here, it adjusts automatically the way we wanted. You can play around with match width or height as well, with 0.5, and we will get similar results. So I will leave it at expand. Let's take a look at our UI here. As we can see here, this window here is smaller than this one. So I will just do this. It is taking about less than a half, somewhat. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. We does not need to be really precise in here, so don't worry about that. So what we want to do here is set the half first, so, or we can set it by eye. So just like this, maybe a height of 220, and then I am just going to duplicate this and set the pivot point in here, remember, with Shift and Alt. And then in here we can just put this right here. I will just put a simple image in each of our canvases, so we are able to see all the information better. I will just do it like this, and another image in the other one as well. The way I expand all my image is with Shift and Alt. And in here we can see the way that our UI will be set up, as you can see here. So, okay, maybe what we want to do here is, maybe instead of setting this in the corner, what we want to do, let me test some other things to achieve the best result. Okay, so the best way that we can do this is, instead of setting this to be, as we can see here, they are no longer like this. So I think it is better to set them to take all of the space that it is here in the bottom. So instead of setting this as a corner, we want to set this to a stretch all the way. So let's do this to both of our canvases, like this. And then we can do the same. I will just make it stretch like this, and this one like this. And now, as we can see here, it suits everything almost the way we want. But let's not worry too much about this. As we can see here, it gets messed up whenever we change the radius a little bit. We will handle this later in another video, in another session. But for now, let's continue setting up our UI. For now, what we want to do now is just to fill all our UI. So in this case, I will just fill up this thing in here, selecting the canvas right in here. So if I do this, then it is less probable to seeing empty spaces. So this is perfect. As we can see here, now it works correctly. We may test this further later on. So let's now keep going. Now I will rename this to character stats UI canvas, just like this. So this way we have now our two canvases that we will handle for showing all of this data. Now let's do our final canvas, which will be the character action canvas. So I will just duplicate this right here, and then character action canvas. And then what we want to do now is selecting it and moving this little canvas right in here. As we can see here, we need to reduce the height of both of our canvases, and this is and this little window has a small height as well. So in here I will just select both and reduce both height to around maybe 180. And then in here we are just going to set up the other part of our data, our little window that will display the character action data. And then later on, we'll want to set up another window. And this window does not take all of the space above. It has some padding in the top, and it is smaller as well. So let's just do that right now. I am going to duplicate this, and I am going to call it enemy action UI. And then in here, what I want to do is Shift Alt and stretch it on the top like this. So what I want to do now is to reduce about like in here, maybe set it like in the left, I will set it like 80, and then I am just going to center this again. Perfect. And then I am just going to adjust it so it looks better. Let's see our reference. Okay, I will just set 50 maybe, or let's leave it at 80 now. And in height, I will reduce the height like maybe 60. Let's see. Yeah, 60 looks better. Now what we want to do now is, I think this UI in here in the bottom it's a lot bigger than in our reference, so I will just adjust this as well. To a height of 140. And then our character action canvas, I will just leave it like this. And it looks better, definitely looks better. If we run out of space, then we will handle this as well. Now, what we want to do now is changing the sprite of our images, of our background images. So I will select all of the images and rename them to background images. Background image, just like this. Okay, perfect. And now I want to change the color so it is white, all of them. And then changing the sprite, as we can see here. If you imported the package I gave you, then you should see some panels in here. And as we can see here, they look really bad. They look really stretched up. So let's fix that right now. I will teach you how to slice or how to adjust our sprites so they look a lot better. Now, in here, we are using the panel inset blue. And we want to use the panel blue now. So let's open our sprite editor in here. And then we want to slice this sprite in 9 pieces. I will just do a raw slicing here. Normally it will be better if we put like 3 like this, and then hit apply, just like that. And then we are going to add this sprite in here, and as we can see here, our panel looks a lot better now. This is because, let me show you again, we are not stretching all our corners, but we are stretching the middle. This is why our panel looks really good now. Now what we want to set right now is our character names right in here in this window. So what we are going to do is selecting our character UI canvas and then creating a new text, which we will call, let's move this here around, and I think I collected it in the wrong place, so I will place it right in the correct one. And then I will just put this right at the top, and then we are going to select name like this. We're going to select bold and increase our font size. So I will just put this like maybe over here. And then our character names. I will modify a little bit my UI. So I will select both of these canvases and then placing it right above in here to have more space. And then we are going to finally create our names in here. So I will just look more at the reference. Okay, it looks good. And then we are going to create a panel in here which will hold all our character names. So I will just write it like this. The names, it has a padding in here, just like that. I will move on this, both of this like this. And then I am going to keep building all of the UI. I will later place on the character names in here. And for this, I think it is better to, instead of placing this manually, to use a vertical layout group. So in our panel object, let's create a vertical layout group. And in here, what we want to do now is duplicating our text objects. And as we can see here, they automatically accommodates depending of the items that are inside of this. So I will leave this like this. I will call this char name 1, and I will rename all of the other ones as well. 2 and then 3. And then I am just going to put character name. So we have some special name right now. So I will just place this right here. I will center all of the text only on the vertical layout. And then let's see, we want to increase the width of both. Yeah, I think that this is fine. Okay, perfect. Okay, character name. And then we have another barrier UI, which we will not do. Okay, so we have our names now, and then we have now to set up our HP, mana points, and limit, and the other stuff. So in our stats UI canvas, we are going to add another panel like this. I am going to remove the image and then add a slider in here. This will be our health points. And then after that, we have created the slider, we may want to put all of the row, like this row, in each own object. So what we want to do now is inside the panel creating a new empty game object, and in the panel creating a new vertical layout group as well. So then after that, we want to set our game object to be the parent of everything else, of a row in here. So I will create 2 of them, and then here in the slider I will just going to center this, and then after that I am going to accommodate everything else. So this will be equals to like this. We want to stretch all of the content. And then we are going to do this like this. We do not want to make everything too big. I am going to remove the handle in the area, the handle slide area, and everything else will be the same. I am going to adjust this a little bit. I am going to the fill area, put zeros, and then zeros here as well. This will be the health bar. And then I am just going to duplicate this. This will be the mana bar. So mana bar. And this the health bar. And as we can see here in our example, the mana bar is very small compared to the HP bar. So what we are gonna do now is reduce the amount or the size of the mana bar. And for the health bar, we want to use more space. Just like that. And then we want to create our limit burst and our time as well. So let's see here. What do we want to make it look like? Okay, another bar. This one will be the limit bar, which uses like half of this wall section. Let's see, the maximum size in here is 387.9. So we'll use this value in here. Like this. We're going to place it right in the middle, and then we're going to duplicate this and just place it on the other side. And in here I am just going to reduce the size of both a little bit, and then move this a little bit in here. Let's see how this looks. Okay, it looks all right. And then the mana bar, we don't want it to be really small. Okay, perfect. Now let's adjust our sizes. I will remove both of the sprites that all of these items has. So our sliders are completely square or rectangles. So I will do this for all of the sliders. This is the limit bar, like this. And then in here we want to set remove all of the sprites, so we achieve the rectangular look. Like this. Okay, we need some spacing as well between these two. So I will reduce the size of both. Maybe 170. Okay, looks good to me. Now let's set but our small bar, our bar is looking not really great. in terms of the position. So what we want to do now is to adjust the position of the bars in here. So for the limit bar, let's see all of the data. Let me adjust the scale, and then maybe making the sliders to use all of the space of the game object. I think that will be the best bet. So what I'm going to do is going to do this for all of the items in here. So mana bar background equals to all of this size, fill area as well. Then we will later move on to changing a little bit so it doesn't look like very big. So let's do this right now in the other bar. We will not do everything else for all the bars. We will just going to clone our perfectly made row, so don't worry about that. Okay, so the background as well, to all the size, and then the fill bar as well. And then we are going to directly, well, let me finish this one as well. Just like this. And then we will finally adjust the height of these items. Maybe like 10 of height for the health and mana bar. Maybe less. Okay, what I just did was setting up a text inside of the health bar and the mana bar, adjusting it so it looks like this and like this in the game view, and as well as the limit and the mana bars. So after this, what we want to do is setting up some text to letting the user know that is the HP, then the mana points, and so on. So let's now begin with this. So what we're gonna do here is to create a new game object outside of all of the bars, sliders, to be like this. So what I'm going to do here is to just call this HP in the corner, like this. HP, I am going to move this to the left, center this, and then setting this to bold as well. Maybe bold and italic. Yeah, this looks better. And then I will increase the size as well, because it looks a little bit more. Yeah, this looks good. So HP text, And then I'm going to duplicate this and set this in here. I will move these two to be a little bit above, like this, just like our reference in here. So HP, and this will be MP text. Then we change this to be NP, just like this. I will move this a little bit to the center, so it doesn't look like it is floating around or like too close to our health values. Maybe, yeah, this looks fine, and our mana points does not need to have all of our maximum mana, so just like this. Okay, perfect. Now let's move on to our limit text. Limit burst text. As we can see here in our reference. So I will move this a little bit more to the right. This looks fine. And then another text which will be the time text. And this will be not dependent depending on each bar. It will be only one per bar, like as we can see here, like this. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna to save the scene now. I'm going to rename this to raw data. I'm going to delete the other ones now. I am going to bring this outside of the raw data. Oops. Let me see what I can do here. I have an idea. I will just copy the raw data 3 times, like this. It doesn't look bad, but I think a lot of things are cluttered around. So in each row, which is not the first one, I'm going to delete the other texts. Like this. And then what I want to do now is I will want to move this a little bit above, just to use a little bit more the space that we have in here. So let me see what we can do here in our vertical layer group. We will use negative spacing in here. Maybe setting this up to -18. Yeah, this doesn't look bad. This looks actually really good. Now let's adjust the colors of everything a little bit more. We want to make the limit bar be a little pink. On the health bar, well, I will just see the reference in here and I will just be doing it to speed of time. So I will delete all of our rows data. No, I will just disable them. I will disable them for now. And then for all of the text, I will change the text of the values to be white. So I will just head to the health bar and the mana bar to change the value or the color to be white, so it is more readable. And then after that, we want to change our limit bars. The background I want to be like a little bit gray, like this. And the fill value will be, well, for the slider, let's select the fill and drag it to the target graphic, like this. So we can now use the fill like this. So after this, what I want to do is to have the background gray like we have here, and the fill like a more pinkish color. Let me use the color picker like this. The color of this color pink is 252 in the R, in the green is 218, and in the B is 239, like this. Now we have our limit bar filling, and then for our time, what we want to set is to be like a green color. So let's select our time, so time bar, and then I am just going to select my color picker and select the green color. The green color is in the R is 120, in the G is 197, in the B is 153. And then I am just going to set the fill again and fill everything up as well. The mana bar will be green as well. They have a gradient in here in the sliders, but I will not use a gradient here. So mana bar, I will set the fill again. The normal color will be this bluish color in here. 36 in 36 in the red, 151 in the green, and in the blue 139. Perfect. So I will, as we can see here now, the fill, we want the fill to be, the background to be kind of different. And in here, we actually do not want to, well, it doesn't really matter. So I will only change this in the mana bar. So in the background, the color will be like a crimson color. So the color is 4501. R, in the R, it will be 45. In the G will be 0, and in the blue will be 1. Like this. And then after that, what we want to set in the HP bar, in the background will be the same background as before. So I will just make a new color in here, in my swatches. So like this. In the background will be the same. Will be our crimson color. And in the fill area will be like a bluish color. So I will just set to be, let me choose this in here. The blue color will be in the R will be 24, in the G will be 120, and in the B 224. I will increase this. Okay, perfect. And then I am just going to change the background as well of the time background. Just like that. Maybe let me see if I can get a better background. But no, I think I will leave it as it is. And then for the texts, I want them to be less grayish. So I will just select the texts of our data in here to be less or more a more clear color. Just a little bit. So in both will be 70, 70, 70. Just like that. And now what we can finally do is to delete the other rows data, duplicate them as well in here, and then I am just going to rename them to be row data. And then, of course, deleting the other texts as well. like this. And now finally we just need to put a text in each of these two menus. So text, which will expand between all of the content. So I will just I will center the text, best fit, and I will just put rocket launcher, test ability. So we can see all of the data. Now I will just reduce the max size so it is not very big. Maybe 32. Yeah, 32 looks fine. And then what I want to do now is to set the last text. I will just duplicate this, place it in the other UI window, and then expanding it the same way as we did before. Remember, Shift and then Alt. And in here we can put enemy ability test text in here. Just to have some text in here. Perfect. Let me see how it looks bold. Maybe I will leave it as it is for now. And in the character name, I want to have a little bit of a shadow. So in our character info canvas, in both, I will add another component in each of the text components called shadow. And what this will do is to add, let me show you. Let me change the color to be white as well, so it looks better. So without the shadow, it looks like really not great. So this is why I am using a shadow. And as we can see here, we can adjust where our shadow will be. I will just move it a little bit to the right. And then a little bit to the bottom, like this. So it looks a lot better. So 2.21 and 1.97. So it looks a lot better. I am going to do the same thing for the text above here, but only setting 70 in here. So everything looks a lot better. So let's see more of the images in here. And as we can see here, we have our text with the shadow as well. Which are we going to do right now? So we're going to select both text, then changing the text to white and adding the shadow component. So as well, maybe 2.2, and then -1, like this. Or maybe not 1.5 in the X value. And then it looks a lot better. Let's try adding a little bit of shadow in the other UI elements as well, which I will do right now. So I will just grab let me see, yeah, in this canvas in here, I want to select all of our text values. So text in here, perfect. So I will just do this for all of the raw data. Health bar and mana bar. And then adding as well the shadow component, so it looks a lot better and more polished. So in here 1.5, and in here a little bit of 1.2. So it looks a lot better. We'll do the same for our text values right in here as well. So right in here in our character action canvas, let me see. No, this is not the one. All of this is in our first row data. So all of our text right in here are going to have a shadow component. And in here is going to be more a darkish color like this. Then just going to adjust the values. Perfect, so in the X value will be 2.2 and in the Y value minus 1.2. And as we can see here, it looks a lot better, in which we will, let me see how it looks now. If we increase the color in here, yes, it looks a lot better in my opinion. So I will just set this as 140, 140, and 140, like this. And I will do the same in the text value in here. So I will just add another shadow, increase all the alpha, then 2.2 and minus 1.2. And then increasing the value or the color of the text to 140. And now we have our main text values that is looking really good. Perfect. So this concludes our session on creating all our basic UI that we will need for all of our characters. So I hope you liked this lesson, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to session 4. In this session we'll begin to create our basic combat loop for our project and for our characters to attack something. So for now, what we will do is that we will create a dummy enemy that will always be targetable, and that it will have infinite health for now. So let's begin. So let's open up our character control script, just like this. And then in here, what we want to do is begin grabbing all of our data and to begin using it. For now, the first step that we need to do is to begin increasing and using our speed variables in here. So what we are going to do now is, for now, let's do it in update, but later on we'll move on to using enumerators for this, or coroutines. So void update, and in here we'll grab this character data. This will be our base character data that we'll use. We will have our base enemy, and we will have our base character that we will control for now. So I will create another character data in here, public character data, enemy data, and in here I will just change the name to player data, like this. And then after this, what we want to do now is we'll handle enemy data at the very end of this session, of the session 4. This is why we will create a basic UI, basic AI for the enemy at the end. So we will just create a simple dummy object for the player to hit right now. So player data. We want to be able to increase the current speed, and this current speed is the time right in here. So whenever this is filled up, we want it to be able to do an action or something like that. So player data dot speed, current speed, plus equals time dot delta time. So this will increase the speed each one every second. So we want to set up some variables outside in the inspector, but we will only code all the functionality in here. So what I'm going to do now is to go back here in my inspector, and in the player data I will set a character name. I will just fill up some random stuff. I will call it Chris or Cloud. I will set just some basic variables just to fill stuff in. And then after that we'll move on to saying how we can handle this. So max, just like this, we are going to set the variables that increase over time to 0. So speed equals to 10 and current speed equals to 0. Now, whenever we don't want to, we want to have more control of the current speed. So what we are going to do now is to set if the player data dot current speed is less or equals to the player data dot speed, which is the maximum speed. We want to set the current speed to be equal to the maximum speed. So this way we have a limit of the speed that we want to set. So player data dot max speed or speed. I actually should rename that. So I am going to do that right now. Current speed, and here I am going to rename the value. So I'm gonna right click and select, go to definition, and in here I am just going to hit rename. So max speed or speed limit, like this. And then I am just going to hit the, we want to increase only the speed if we are below the speed limit. I am just going to create more variables inside the character data. Just some simple booleans like public bool is ready for action. And in here we want to return if the current speed is more or equals to the speed limit. Return current speed more or equal to the speed limit, like this. And this way we can see, and I am just going to remove the parenthesis here, and in here I am just going to create a simple get like that. And then in here we are going to set the return value, and then in the character control, whenever we want to, maybe if player data dot character or is ready for action, then this means that we can attack or make an action in here. So I am just going to create a simple input type whenever we want to create an action for now. In the next session we'll begin to set up all our UI. So this is why for now I will create a simple input type for this. So input.get key down, and the key code will just be key code that, and in here you can set any type of data, any type of input that you want to. In this case I am just going to set the spacebar like this, and then I am just going to create a debug log which will be player did an action, like that. So just like this, and then we want to reset the current player data limit or speed to be equal to 0. So player data dot current speed equals to 0. We will modify this to be better, a lot better, but for now let's just leave it like this. At the first time, whenever we are prototyping something, we want to first focus on making things working, and then finally we'll move on to making our code more beautiful. So let's go back in here and see what is happening in here. Whenever we will later use our character states to use them for whenever we want to attack or if the player is ready to attack as well. I am just going to set this to enemy in the enemy data and just fill some information in here as well. So max health equals to, I'm just going to set random values right now. 100, 100. I will just put 100 in every value in the enemy data. And to avoid needing to modify or setting up everything, I will just go back to our character data. And I will set just some default values that we want our character data to have. So character name, then max health as well. I will just set, this will be only default values. We will definitely change them later on. So this is an int, so I will remove the quotes. And I think I will just copy and paste this right here to speed up the process. Just like that. Speed limit, and I think I will leave it at 10 right here. Okay, perfect. So whenever our player data is ready for action, what we want to do now is to print something. Also, we do not want to be checking every time when we are ready for action, because this is not a very good coding practice. We only want to check this once, or only be called once. So whenever we move on to enumerators or routines, we will change this up. So I will just set this is ready to attack. Just like that. Okay, perfect. So I will hit play now. Okay, we are ready to attack because we set the speed limit equals 0. I will set this to 5 for now. As we can see here, this is getting increased all the way up instantly. So let's see why. Current speed equals to 10 plus equals time to delta time, current speed. Of course, we want to change the value in here to be right at the top, and this will change like that. Just like this. I will just put an else statement right in here. So it is stop being called. So let's try again. Okay, as we can see here, we are getting printer is ready to attack. This is because we want to check the other type of value. Okay, so as we can see here, is ready for action is getting called because the current speed is larger or equal to speed limit, which is really not the case. So let us see what is going on in here. It's ready for action, character data, player data. It's ready for action. And we are not really getting this value here. We are not really getting true. So this is why it is always being called. This is why we only want to put our debug log in here inside. So let's try this again. And as we can see here, we no longer get the message in here. And whenever we get the 5 in here, which is larger or equal to the speed limit, then it means that we are ready to attack. And if we press the attack button, then it gets reset and it says that the player did an action. So let's now create a more solid foundation for this. We actually want to set more of the data, more values in here to being able if we can actually attack. And we want to set another value to check the target of this character data. So what we are going to do now is to create another space right in here. This will be a little bit larger. I will just set it as 16. And then in here we are going to target another character data. Character data, target, just like this. We can set maybe underscore target like that. And then we are going to create more data variables like this to checking whether we can attack or not. So this is why we created our character states, in which we'll create another state called if the enemy has died. So I will just add another one called died like this. And then we are going to create another bool called can attack target. Now in here, what we are going to do is to check if the target data or the target variable is on an idle state or on a ready state. Maybe idle. We'll set idle for now. So we're going to return the target dot action or state character state is equals to, or we can set equals like this, but I think it will be better for now just to get things up and running faster, like this, equals to character state to be idle. If the character is idle, then this means that we can attack the target, because we do not want to attack the character if it is loading or if it's ready to attack. Maybe we can set if it's ready to attack, but if it's not being attacked, or is being attacked, or the character is dead. So we're going to create another variable in here like this, target dot character state equals to is idle or ready. And let's see, now we can select this and use that here in our general flow of our game. What we want to do now is to change this to be an enumerator. So let's begin by doing another enumerator. Let's not delete this for now. We're gonna leave it as it is. So enumerator, just like that. We're going to create a character behavior like this. We will later change these variables to be somewhere else. We want this selector control to be the actual handling of a character. So character behavior, and then we are going to create another space in here, and in here we are going to begin returning just yield return null. And what we want to do in here is to set our target for now. Base character target. Now, this will be related to the UI or instructing directly with clicks. But for now, since we do not have any models right now, we will select our base target, which will be our enemy data. So I think it will be better if we set this in the start method. So player data dot target equals to enemy data, like this. And then after that, what we want to do now is to begin using all of these variables in here. Maybe we can create an infinite loop that handles all the speeds of the character. So because this will be infinite and we do not want to really interfere with that. So what we are going to do is create another enumerator, which will be time regen. And in here we are going to do all of these behaviors of increasing all the player speed. So for now I will just do this right here, and in here I am just going to set this in a while loop. And in here it is really important to set this to return yield return null. Otherwise, if we initiate our game, then it will freeze everything. It will freeze everything up. So what we will do is we will begin creating our functions, and what we decide or what we think will be better to move to the character data, then we will do that as well. So while player data .current speed, this will increase all the data and set the limit as well. So what we are going to do now is to call this time regen into the start method right here. So start coroutine, and we will start the time regen just like that. And here what this will start is this will create an infinite loop in which this will be executed. So let's go back in our character behavior, and in here we are going to check for this right here. It's ready for action. And I think it will be better if we set our ready for action to be a yield instruction. But for now, what we can do is just setting a standard wait until inside an iterator. So in here, we're going to return yield return new wait until we are ready with our player to attack. So wait until player data. We need to set up our lambda expression in here. Player data equals to can attack the target. And if we can attack the target, then we need to wait for whenever we set our or called an attack. So we need to do a system or something that let us know that our character has attacked or did an action. So we need to wait until the character has done an action. So whenever we wait until the character has done an action, we want to return this like an infinite loop. So I will maybe use Unity events for this to check whenever we have set whenever our player has attacked. So I am just going to set in here Unity engine .events. And in here I will create another space which will be public Unity event on player attacked. And whenever this happens, we want to set the value to be maybe a standard struct to let our game know that our player has attacked. So in here we can do a public bool player attacked. Player just attack it. Like that. We can set this to be a private get, maybe, but for now we want to get things up and running, so we are just going to set this maybe in here in our character data. What we want to do is to create another method in this case, which will be to set the default events that this character data will have. So public void set, or we can do just init like that. So in our void init, we will initialize all our data that our character needs to be handled. So in here, what we want to do is to set our boolean to be on player attacked. And in here, we will create another variable. another method, which will be to set this or reset the player just attacked. So in here, whenever we call the event on player attacked, we want to set the boolean in here, and then later on we want to change this to be to false. So what we are going to do now is to set void character attacked like this, and of course it needs to be capitalized like that. And in here we're just going to set our player just attacked. So player just attacked equals to true, like that. And in here in the initialize, we want to on player attacked to be, we will add the listener, and this listener will just be player just attacked. And we need to set our method in here that we created. So character attacked, just like that. And whenever we call this event, our character attacked will be called as well. So let's go back in here, and in here, whenever we want to attack the target, we want to wait until the character has attacked. So wait until player data that just attacked. And then after this, what we want to do is to call our onPlayer attacked method in here. So player data dot on player attacked just invoke. This will call all of our methods that we have specified in here, and we actually want to set this to false. So whenever we have attacked, we want to wait until our can attack target is set to true. So we want to use this as well whenever we want to attack the player. And I think it will be better if we make this methods here in our character data. But for now, let's leave it like this. So what we want to do is set our is ready for action, and this is directly attacking the enemy. So this is perfect to set our current speed to 0, in which we can handle in this character attacked. So in here we are going to grab our current speed. So current speed equals to 0. And this way we no longer need to set our current speed in here. And we also want to create another method to handle this right here, to simulate the attack, which we'll handle right now. So in here, in our public void, we're going to set attack like that. And in here, what we want to do is to invoke our character attack method. Or maybe we can set this right in. Maybe we can remove this in here, but I think it is important as well to have our character behavior in here as well. So what we want to do now is in here in our character data event on player attacked, we want to invoke it directly in one of these methods. So it is important to have all of our methods in here to not be manageable by a character control script or something like that. So what we are gonna do here is to move all of our methods write in here. And since this is only a data script, we want to start these coroutines, these enumerators as coroutines, inside this script and not declare all of these methods right in here. So this way we have a more clean code and more efficient as well. This way we do not call a player data or enemy data, because if we let it like this, then we'll need to create two methods, time region for player or time region for enemy. So it is important to have control about this. And I want to show it this way because this is a common practice for developers to just first have things working and then moving on to having this clean code. So we are going to put this right here inside of our class character data. And right in here, these are the enumerators that we imported. So we are just going to remove this data right here. So we are using directly the character data and not exactly a player data or another character data. It is important to not repeat ourselves too much. So perfect. We have now right here. And this in our character control, we want to have this to be public to access it from our script that will handle all of the controls. So right here, enumerator, character behavior, we might want to change this a little bit. And for this, since we are actually not going to use our attacking in update, we will only handle this for now for testing. So what are we going to do here? I will rename this to character loop. And in here we want to only increase all these items or these values whenever the character is not dead. So what are we going to do now is check our states and see if the character is not dead right here. So character state is not equals to character state dot died. This way we will not have our UI updating this character. So I will go back in here, and in here we are actually going to start the coroutine of the player. This way, player data dot character loop, and we are going to start this as a coroutine. Just like this. We are going to manually handle our player data, our target, and in here will be a basic action just for testing right now, because we want to be able to attack the target inside the UI with buttons. So I'm going to save the scripts. And let's see, character behavior. Let's go back to Unity and hit play to see what is going on. Okay, start. I will open my game object, and as we can see here, our current speed is increasing. So if I press play, then our player did an action, but here is ready to attack was not invoked. This is why we want to set our attack method in here to be or to invoke our onPlayer attacked. So onPlayer attack.invoke. And then in here we are just going to set our player data to attack. Now let's go back to Unity and hit play. And as we can see here, our current speed is increasing. and then we are ready to attack. I press space bar, and then we attacked, but our current speed was not called. Let's see why this is happening. Okay, character attacked. We call the void of attack. Okay, let's see what is going on in here. And of course, we need to initialize or call our character data.initialize. So before everything happens, we may want to initialize our player. So this way, just player data, just init, like this. Now save, and now our method of attacking should be called. Let's hit play again and see our current speed is increasing. Now I will hit space, and as we can see here, it got reset as well, which is perfect. Okay, so I will create another, I will initialize as well my enemy data in here. And then whenever I attack, I want to, this will be a temporary attack. Temp attack. We don't want to directly handle the attack in here, but we want to reduce the health of the target. So target.health, current health, minus equals 10. And just I'm going to hit a debug log to attack the player, to attack the target. So target was attacked. And then we might want to handle another method in here that we can use for when our character or a character has been damaged. So I am going to create a public void damage or was damaged, like this. And this method, what we will do is to reduce the value damage amount. This will be to use directly between characters. And just what are we going to do here is reduce the current health to be minus equals to the damage amount, like this. And then in here, what we can do now is to set our target to be damage, like this. So target.damage, and the damage amount, which will be like the ability attack or something. In this case, we're just going to set 10. And then in here, what are we going to do now is to set game object with lower caps. We cannot access game object, but don't worry. Okay, so let's go back to Unity now. And we have here our player data and our enemy data. And whenever we want to attack the player or attack something, we are setting the target, our target that we specified in here, to be damaged by 10. So let's go back in here. And because we set the target to be equals to this one, to this enemy data, the health will be reduced by 10. As we can see here, and we cannot attack again because we are not ready to attack yet. We hit again, and the player or enemy was attacked as well. Perfect. Now let's do one final event in here, which will be when a character has been damaged. So Unity event on was attacked. And in here we are going to rename on attack like this. So we have more control and better naming of our variables. So just like that, we're going to save and see in here. And we see that we have more events in here whenever we attack and whenever we were attacked. So whenever we were attacked, we want to set another void in here to be void character attacked. This will be just some default values in here, because more character dependent variables or more character dependent actions whenever our character has been attacked, we want to set them here directly in the inspector. So let's go back in here, character attack. I will rename this as well to be character attack default like this, and here character attacked default. And in here we are just going to set our debug log to be our character name plus, and in here we are just going to specify that was attacked like this. And in here I am just going to add the default in there, and everything else should be working fine. So I'm gonna hit play. Now whenever I am ready to attack, hit space, and as we can see here, we see that the cloud was attacked and the target was attacked. So we want to specify our target character name whenever we attacked and not our own character. So here in our character attack default, we want to specify the target dot character name, but actually, let me see. We actually only are setting up one event in here. So we want to call the other event, and because our naming was incorrect, we want to set on was attacked. We want to select this event right here, and in here we want to set character attacked default, just like that, and this should work correctly now. So let's see, let's go back in here. Let's hit play and see what happens whenever we attack. So we are ready to attack, we attack. As we can see here, player did an action and target was attacked. So let's see here, target was attacked right in here. And as well, we call this damage, and we need to call our on was attacked event. So dot invoke like this. We are going to reduce the health and then invoke our event in here. So let's wait until we can attack, and then let's hit space and we will be able to attack. Here we have here player did an action, then dummy was attacked because this is the name of our enemy character name. And then the target was attacked because this is the debug log right here, which we can delete for now. So finally, let's finish up cleaning up our script in here. So what we want to do now is to be able to only here specify that each character control has its own character data. So I am going to delete the enemy data in here, and then I am going to select here, well, not delete it, we are just going to set here target data for now, because we are going to specify our target later in a later session. So we want to delete the enemy data in here, we just want to set that the target to be equals to the enemy data. So in this case, what we want to do is to set target data in here. And then I am just going to set this character data and just paste the data in here. And in here, we don't want to control our enemy whenever we want to attack. So what are we going to do now here in our input.getKeyDown is to check if we are or is it a friendly character. So character data dot team character team equals to friendly, and we have pressed a space. And this way we are now able to check and control only our friendly characters. So let's go back here in Unity and test. Here is everything is working. But first we want to create an empty game object, which will be friendly character, and then an enemy character. Like this. And in here we want to set our script character control. And in our enemy character as well. So in our friendly character, we are going to name our character Cloud, like that. Set our character state to be where we are not really handling this right now, but if it's friendly here, and this will set it to be an enemy. And the target data, we can just remove it to be instead a character control. And in here, we just set to be the character data, like that. Because we do not want to specify all our data in here to just set the target data. We only want it to be able to drag and drop our target in here. So in our friendly character, we are gonna grab our enemy character and grab the enemy control right in there, like that. And in here, enemy test right in there. Okay, so let's start right in here. And we get an instance error because our enemy data does not has a target. So we are gonna set our friendly character inside our enemy character, like that. Gonna hit play. And then, as we can see, we are ready to attack. So I am going to hit space. As we can see here, the enemy test was attacked. Great. So finally, let's specify a little bit our character states. We want to set the attacked state whenever an animation or a character is attacking a character, which we'll handle in a later session. So let's handle right now our other character data. So right until we have finished initializing, we want to set our character state to be equals to ready or idle, because we want to set the ready when it is ready to attack. So in here, we are going to set our character state to be equals to ready. And then right in here in our damage method, we want to reduce the health, but we don't want to reduce it below 0. So if current health is less or equal to 0, we want to set the health equal to 0. let me move this right here. And then we want to set the character state to be equals to died right here. And then let's see what else we have. So we have idle. Idle, let's set this to be when we are recharging our speed. So character state equals to character state.idle. And then attacked, we might want to set this up whenever we are attacking, remember. And attacking will be as well whenever a character that we are controlling or an enemy that wants to attack the player. And this whenever a character is being attacked. So there is a great difference between them, so please remember them. So we have set died in our character state right in here. And then we have set ready, idle, and loading, which is the very first state. Perfect. So let's check this let's have a final look at this. And now we actually do not need our character behavior right now. So we can get rid of this at the moment. And then what we can do now is to be able to attack only whenever our target is not being attacked or is dead. So in here, what we want to do now is to set the character data dot target. If the character data target dot character state is not equal to is attacking or is dead or is being attacked. So basically we need to check if the target is ready or idle for now, which we will do in our character data script, because we don't want to create a big if statement in here. We simply can make a simple boolean right in here to see if our character can be attacked. So public bool can be attacked, like this. It will be a get, and then we're going to return if our character state is equal to idle or character state is equals to ready, like this. And then what we can do simply is to check is can be attacked, just like that. And if it can be attacked, then this means that we directly attack the target. Perfect. So let's see our damage. Damage is directly tied to attack, so we do not need to specify more things right in here. Our initialization looks good. Can be attacked, it is already set. And everything seems fine. Now, through each session, our basic game flow will improve over time. So basically, in the next session, what we will do now is to link all of our information and to be able to only see our characters in here and remove any other data that is not needed. For example, if we only have one character, we only want to appear one UI row in here. And depending on the amount of characters that we have, we want to increase these character entries right in the UI. So that is what we are going to do in the next session. So I hope to see you in the next one. Hi, and welcome to session 4.2. In this session, we'll begin to link all of our character data into our UI. So our HP bars, our mana bars, our limit and time, and as well as the character names, all of the data will appear in the UI And as well, we'll begin to only make it so, depending on our character names or our characters, to fill all the data in here and not having all of the 3 characters data at once if we do not have those 3 characters. So let's begin. So let's open up our code. Let's go into our character control in here, and we'll begin to import Unity engine.ui. So using Unity engine.ui, and in here we want to import be able to use the slider and the texts of these 2 values and our names as well. So what are we going to do here is maybe setting up a new class. I think it will be better if we move all of this information right in our character data and importing our UI in here. And then creating another class in which we can call this public class character UI data. And in here we can specify all our needs that we need. So public slider, which will be the health slider. And right in here in our character database class, we want to do more space for our character UI data class. So right in here, I am just going to create another space right in here. So public character UI data, char UI, like that. And then what we are going to do now is to grab all of our UI data, specify all of our UI data in here. So public slider, health slider, and as well the text, which will be the health text, health UI. Let's specify it like this. And then as well as the mana slider, and the text as well. So public slider, mana slider, and then public mana, public text, mana text, like that. So we have our slider and our text for our mana points as well. We want to set the limit and the time sliders as well. So public slider, limit slider, and then another slider, which will be the time slider, to be time slider, like this. And lastly, we need our UI for our character name. Later, we'll set up this UI as well in here. But for now, let's just set our basic data. Whenever we move on to our ability session, we will begin to set up this part of the UI as well. Perfect. So, lastly, our public text to be the character text, like that. Character UI, it's better, I think. And then what we want to do is to set all of these values to be initialized in here. So let's create another method called public void init, like that. And this method will be called whenever we want to initialize our character as well. So here in our char UI, we are going to initialize the UI as well. So char UI.init. And this will initialize our data in here. But for initializing our character UI data, we want to specify all of the values. So we need to specify the maximum and minimum of our health in here. So for this, we want to set our float, our integer, to be our health. So max health int current health. But I think whenever we are setting up a new battle, we might want to set max health equals to the current health. But maybe if you want to expand this upon, we might want to set our current health as well. This is why we are leaving it here. So max health, current health, mana max int max mana int current mana. And then the time we will leave it to start always at 0, so we can just leave it like that, and the limit slider as well. And lastly, we want to pass in a string to be the char name, the character name that we will use. So finally, what we want to do now is to set the health slider. We want to comment this out. So health slider setup. Then mana slider setup. And then lastly, the character info setup as well. Perfect. So health slider dot max value will be equals to the max health of the player, which will be, as we can see here in our main canvas. Let's check this out right in here in our health bar. As we can see here in our slider, we are accessing the values in our slider component, and our slider component has the minimum value and the maximum value our slider will have. So let's go back here, and then we are going to keep setting this up. So the health slider dot value, which is the current value that we'll have, will be equal to the current health of the player or the character. And we want to initialize only as well if our character data is a friendly data or a friendly character. So if character team is equals to friendly, like that, because we are not really using the UI for enemy data, so we should not worry about it, because as we can see here in our example, a UI for the enemies are never shown. So let's go back in here, setting up our character UI data to set up our health UI. So in this case, it will be a little bit different because it is a single string. So it will be equals to the, let's see here in our example, we see that the max value is on the right side. So will be health slider, no, will be current health as a string, of course, so to string, plus, and here, as we can see here, it has a little space right in there. So we will put a space in there, and then max health dot to string, like that. And we will just do the same for our mana slider setup. So mana slider dot max value equals to max mana, and then mana slider dot current value or value equals to the current mana. And then lastly the same, in which we'll only show our current mana, as we can see in here. So mana text or mana UI, let me rename this to mana UI dot text equals to the current mana to string. And this should set up our character UI data. And lastly, we want to set up our character UI to be equals to the character name. Just like that. Perfect. So let's go back in here. We might need to set up our initialize since we actually want to use the enemy text, because whenever we target an enemy, as we can see here in our examples, we want to see the UI in here. But we'll handle this in a different way, since this UI handles the ability name or the description name of the thing that we are targeting. So and just leave it as it is. And then in here in our character UI init, we are going to pass through all of our variables that we need. So the max health is equals to the max health, the current health, max mana points, and then mana points, and then our character name. Just like that. And then let's go back to Unity. And let's go back to our friendly character. And in here, we are not able to see our UI data. Let's see here in our character data, public character UI data. Let me see if setting this to serializable, we are able to see it here in the inspector. Yes, as we can see here, we are now able to see all of our character UI. But we don't really want to manually set this up right here in the inspector. As I told you before, I want to spawn another name right in here, depending on the amount of characters. But in the actual first row, the first row will be permanent, as we can see. So we only want to spawn new rows if we have more than one character. So to achieve this, we need to create some prefabs of the UI. So for this, we are going to create a new folder in our prefabs folder called UI. And then what we are going to do is to create a prefab of our row data of this row, and then set another row to be another prefab to be equal to this one. So what are we going to do is to just drag and drop our row data right in here. And I'm just going to rename this to character name. And then in our row data to be equals to row data. We do not need to specify more information than that. And then after that, we might need to create two more scripts. So one for our row data, and for our character name, since it is only a string, we might not need to create another script for that. So let's create another script for our row data. So in our scripts, we are going to create another folder called UI. And then after that, create another UI called row UI. Just like that, row UI. And we might need to set up in our row data that we specified in here, drag and drop our script and then apply. So let's open up our script. And in here, what we want to do is to set up our UI directly into this thing here. So basically, what we want to do is to pass through the data that we got here in our character UI data to show it directly in our row UI. So we just basically will need to cut and paste this in our row UI and importing the namespace of Unity engine.ui. And then in here, we need to create another void to be setup UI, like this. And this will take care of handling all of the information right in the setup UI method. So we might need to set this right in the other script as well. Or maybe we just need to pass in the information. So what are we going to do now is instead of our setting up the manual things in here, we're going to create a new public class, now a public row UI to be equals to our UI or physic UI. So right in here, we're just going to copy, paste this right in here, and then add that right in there. So physic UI, copy with the point so it is faster, right in here. And then we no longer need this. Perfect. So we need to specify or instantiate to spawn a row UI into this game object in here, into this panel, which is the one that handles and holds all of the UI rows. So what are we going to do now is to create another script in which we will call it UI manager. And in here we'll create our base methods for spawning new UI rows or new UI data. So in here I will just delete everything here. I will create a singleton, public UI manager instance. This will be a very basic instance, a very basic singleton, which will not handle if any other of this type exists. So be careful and have only one UI manager in your scene always. So void awake instance equals to this. And then we will create another public void instantiate or setup. We'll call it spawn row or spawn row, like that. And right in here, what we want to do is to spawn a new prefab. So I will just create a new header in here to be equals to UI prefabs. And then in here, what I will just do is to set up our game object, which will be the row data. So row prefab. And then in here, we want to set up as well the transform of where the object or the object that will hold all our UI. So row holder. And as well, we want another one to be equal to the name holder. spawn row. So basically we need to instantiate a row inside the row holder and then instantiate name inside the name holder, just like that. So let's begin with spawning a row. So game object temp row equals to instantiate, which will spawn an object, and the object is our row prefab, and the parent will be our row holder, but we will do that in a separate line. So temp row dot set parent or dot transform dot set parent, and the parent will be equal to the row holder, and in here we're gonna set it to false. And then we are going to do the same thing with the name. We'll create another prefab. And this prefab will be in here, name holder, and then temp name equals to dot transform dot set parent, and then equals to the name holder, and then false. Then instantiate name holder name prefab. Perfect. Now, for now, let's go back here in Unity and set up our data that we have in our UI. So let's create another game object, which will be UI or manager, just like that. And just like that. And then I'm going to use our UI manager in here. And then I'm gonna set this to public static. Perfect. So here in our panel, this will be our row holder, like that. And this will be our name holder. And remember, our prefabs are in here. So the character name is here and the row data is in here. And basically what we want to do now is to spawn new items depending on the amount of characters, of friendly characters in the scene. So whenever a new character exists in our init, which we can use in here, is to spawn another row. So whenever we are initializing our UI, we want to spawn another row. So UI manager dot instance dot spawn row. And then let's go back in here. Let's save the scene and the project before deleting another of this data. So what I'm going to do is to set up here in our row data all of our data here in the inspector. Some people recommend to set up our references in scripts, but since this script I only want to get information directly about this same game object, so this way we save time processing all of the information if we just set all of the variables right in here in the inspector. So health slider, then the text, then the mana bar, then the UI, then the limit bar, and then the time bar, and finally the character UI, which is the text. And here in the character UI, we want to actually find the name or the character UI. So let me open up this in here, character UI, and then we want to get the row UI whenever we spawn another row in here. So row UI, row info, row temp info equals to the temp row. We are going to get the component of the row UI of the object that we just spawned in our scene. So we are going to get the component inside of our temp row. So temp row dot get component temp row, and then after that we're just going to set row temp info character UI, which will be this thing right here. So we want to make a reference to the text that we have just spawned, which is this one. So we want to get another information of the text data. So what are we going to do now is to create here a text, because we only need to call UI as well in here. We're going to import the library as well in here. So text txt name will be equals to the temp name. We want to get a component from there, which is called text. And then basically we just want to select the character UI equals to the txt name that we just got from the spawned option in there. Perfect. So now whenever we initialize another player, we are calling this method in here. We are initializing our UI as well. And then here in our UI, we are calling this initialize method, which spawns a new row. And whenever we spawn a new row, we are spawning it and then getting the reference to set up the final information of the character UI, and then setting the text name. And then after we have finished spawning the row, we are setting all of the values of the UI equals to this character data. And then we set up our standard flow that we have in our init in here. So let's go back in here, and I want to save this scene and save the project as well, and delete all of our row datas except the first one. So I will delete as well here our character or our other characters. And then we want to, whenever we hit play, another character should have initialized, which will spawn another row. But since we only have one friendly character and we have no control of the object, or we only want to spawn another row if it is the second character. So what we can do here is we can set up our counter here in UI Manager to check how many rows has been initialized. And if it is the first character, we need to have our data prepared beforehand. So we want to set up here in our script, in our character UI, the place where our UI is located of or the row. So we are going to create another integer here, which will be place in UI. And in here will be equals to 1. So, and in here If it is 1, then it means it is the first one. And if place in UI is equals to 1 or else, so if it is 1, we do not want to spawn another row and use the first one. General spawning of the row. And as we can see here, we are actually as well not making a reference or knowing where this is coming from. So what are we going to do here in our UI manager is to speed out our row UI that we are preparing. So in here in our spawn row, we're going to set out row UI. And here processed UI. And then in here, I am just going to set the processed UI equals to the row temp information. And then in here, we want to set up our physics UI. And of course, setting up out. So all of the information that we are preparing here in our UI manager will be set up here in this physics UI, which is perfect and what we want. So here we want to spawn the row. Otherwise, we want to set up the physics UI to be equals of the default physics UI that exists. So I am just going to create another header, which will be first player UI. So public UI or public row UI, default row UI, just like this. And then here is the UI that we will use inside of our init in here. So physics UI equals to UI manager dot instance dot spawn dot first or default row UI. And then after we have finished setting that up, then we are using all of that data. So let's check out in here and see here in our main canvas. Let's see if we have everything set up. So in here we have our character information, then our stats UI, and our action and enemy UI. So in here in our first player UI, we need to define our first or our default row UI. So let's go back in here, and in here we will specify a new row UI in here, and then we are just going to fill up all of the information. Health bar, mana bar, the text as well, the mana text, the limit slider, the time slider, limit slider, limit bar, and time slider, and finally the character UI, which is in this text right here, like that. Perfect. Now I will save this in, save the project, and let's hit play and see what happens. Okay, we get a reference error. Let's see. Physics UI is not set up. So let's see what is going on in here. Object reference not an instance of an object. Then this means that maybe something that we set up was not specified. So default row UI, let's go back here in our manager. And of course it is the default one. So let's set that up and hit play again and see what happens. And as we can see here, all of our variables of our characters is set up. Whenever we hover to the bars, the mana bar changes. So we might want to change that up right now. So in our raw data, in our bars, we want them to not be interactable. And as well, let's select both of them. And then what we want to do is in the disable color, we want to select the same color as we have in here, or what we can do is set the color right up in the fill. So I think that is what are we going to do now. I will just create a new preset of both of the colors, and then in the fill we will set up the values that we have set up in our presets. Perfect. So health is blue and the mana is like a cyanish color. And then in the disable color, we will increase all the alpha and make the color fully white. Just like that. And then finally, what we are going to do is to set the slider to not be interactable. And as we can see here, the standard color is back again. Perfect. So what we're going to test now is to create another friendly character. So I will just duplicate this and let's hit play to see what happens. As we can see here, the character was spawned, but not really. A new row was not spawned. So let's see why is this. Let's go back into our manager. And here we see our data. And in here, we might need to set up all of our variables in here as well. So I will just do this right now. So health slider with its UI as well. Mana UI, mana text, limit, and time. And then I'm gonna hit apply and then delete the prefab as well. And in here, we can just leave it as it is with the character name. Let's hit play again. And this is because we are not setting the place in the UI. We are not yet using the map. So what are we going to do now is to increase this place in the UI. So we are going to create a global counter here in the spawn row in our UI manager. We are going to create another public static int to be current UI count. And what this will do is that this will be the global counter that we will use for handling the number of the UI that exists in our game. So whenever we spawn a new row, or whenever we spawn a new row or want to spawn a new row, or this gets processed, we want to increase the count by 1. So UI manager, that instance, but because we are using static, we can call this directly. So we are going to call current UI count, and we are going to increase it by 1. So place in the UI will be defaulted to 1, and then it's gonna get processed, and then it's gonna get increased if we are using another row. So we are increasing it right here, and then we need to use this count right here for the place in the UI. So right in here, we're gonna set place in UI. it's not letting me set it right here. So I will set it right here because it's a standard method. So place in UI equals to UI manager dot current UI count. And then in here we are going to set the current UI count equals to 1. Just like that. And now what should happen is that we are starting at 1 in our UI manager, and then we are setting the UI to be equal to the current UI count. So the first one will be equals to 1, and the next ones will be more than 1. So this will be called in here. So let's hit play and see what happens. And as we can see here, we created another character in here. But as we can see here, our prefab was not updated because we only specified the previous one, which we'll handle as right now. And as well, we want to handle the spaces that are in here. But for now, I will leave it as it is. I will only fix this to interactable sliders, because we do not want them to be able to be manipulated by the click. So mana bar and health bar, I will just grab the field of both of the bars and then set up both of the values in here. Mana bar is a greenish, the cyanish color, and then we are going to set them up as not interactable and set the normal color to be equals to white and full transparency. Now let's see. And as well as the disabled color. Just like this. And then we are gonna hit apply and delete the prefab as well. Then we want to handle the limit and the time to be equals to the maximum amount of the current time to know whenever we want to be able to attack. So let's handle that right now. And as well, we want to handle that when the bar is fully filled up, we want the bar to change its color to a yellowish color, which we will do as well. So here in our character UI data, we are going to create a new method that will be called update time bar. And this will be called each time that we want to update the new bar. So we're going to grab the physic UI to be equal to the data that we are passing in here. And in the initialization, we want to set the maximum value. So what are we going to do is to add another value in here, which will be a float, max speed limit, max speed or speed limit, like that. So we are going to set up our limit and time bar setup like that. And then we're going to grab the physic UI dot limit slider the value or max value to be equal to the max value, and we need to create another float variable which should be the limit or limit max, so it is not confusing. So max value equals to max limit max, and then we're going to do our physic UI to be equal to the time slider that max value equals to the speed limit. And of course we want to set the current value as well. So limit slider dot value equals to 0. We want all of the values to start at 0 in this case, but in the real game the actual limit value is stored, but in here we are gonna leave it as 0. So time slider dot value equals to 0 as well. And in here we're going to set another, we're going to pass through a float, which will be the current progress. So physics UI dot time slider equal to the current progress, like that. And of course setting this as a void, like that. And then after that we're going to create another method that will be called update limit bar, and will do the exact same thing as our update time bar. So current prog so physics UI limit slider dot value equals to the current progress. Perfect. So let's update here our initialization to add the current speed limit. So speed or max. Let's see how I call this here. Speed limit. And then I call this, let's see, max LV points. So I'm just going to save that in here, and then everything should be fine. Okay, so what we want to do now is to call these values in here to update both bars depending on the situation. For example, we want to update the limit bar whenever we attack, and we want to update it as well whenever we receive damage. And we want to update the time bar whenever we are increasing this speed limit. So right in here, we will select the char UI that update time bar to be equal to the current speed. And then we're going to move on onto the damage. So we want to only increase the limit burst if we are a friendly character or a character that we are controlling. So character state equal character team equals to friendly, and in this we'll increase our handling limit burst, just like this. And in here we are going to call char UI dot update limit bar, and in here we want to increase the value. We are just going to, in here we need to set the current progress, which is the limit burst points. And then of course we want to increase the limit burst points by some value. So current limit burst plus equals 5, just for now. And then what we want to do is only increasing the current limit burst points and not surpass the limit in here. So what are we going to do now is to program a similar method of whenever we are increasing like this, but with our limit burst. So what I am going to do now is to go back to my current limit burst points. So, and in this case I will just do a simple current equals to math dot absolute dot max. It is mathf dot clamp, And in here we're just going to put the minimum value. First we will put this value, curl leave points, and then the minimum value is 0, and then the maximum value is the maximum value of our LV points, our limit burst points. And this way we can handle and we can set all of this data right in here. So our current LV points does not go beyond our maximum LV points. So let's save and then let's go back to Unity and let's see how everything is getting handled. So I will just change the name of our second character to be Jan, or Jan is fine. And then I am going to save and then hit play. Okay, perfect. So as we can see here, first of all, we need to set up our current speed to be equal to 0 and the current LV points as well. And as we can see here, we are able to see that the time bar is getting increased and we get a reference error in our limit burst bar. So let's see that. Physics UI time slider, limit slider, so the time slider doesn't have a reference yet. So what are we going to do is check in here in our first data, so time bar, we are able to see that in here. Let's check out our raw data to see if we have, yes, we have our time bar in here. And as well, we might need to set up this to be not interactable as well. So I will remove the interactable in here, then apply on the raw data prefab. And then I am going to do the same thing for our default bars. So disabled color will be white and interactable equals to false. Okay, perfect. And then just so we know where this is coming from, I will just print I want to print the debug log of the physics UI of the time slider or of the limit slider in which we are getting the error from. So let's check that out. In here in our character control, we want to check out, so if character data dot char UI dot limit dot row or physics UI dot limit slider is equal to null, print imObject dot name, and we are going to set this up as well. If we are not able to find the time slider like this, we are going to print the name of the object that does not has the item name. And in here we are going to set to be this game object right here. We're gonna set temp row tmp row dot name equals to we can set this character plus temp row dot child dot transform the child count. And as we can see here, this will spawn the correct name to be equals to the count inside the hierarchy. So let's hit play and see where the error is coming from. Okay, object reference, as we can see, we now get another error because of the enemy character. Let's check out in here. and we are trying to update the time bar in an object that it is not a playable object for us. So we need to check as well if the character team is equals to a friendly one, then we want to update the UI in here. Now let's go back and hit play. We get another last error in which if the character data, and of course because we are checking if this is not the enemy, because the enemies doesn't have this kind of UI, we can delete this since we already know what the error was. So let's hit play again. And as we can see here, we are seeing our time variable filling up depending on our current speed in here. And as we can see here, we are ready to attack. So John here and Claude in here. And as we can see here, we will solve this in a later session where we want to have our default character to always be on the top. Now let's see why our limit UI is not getting updated. And of course it is because we are not yet attacking. So if we press space, we attacked, enemy test was attacked, this enemy was attacked, we did an action, and we attacked with our character data, and as well we called the attack method in here. We created an attack with damage, but of course we need to increase our limit burst points inside of this as well. So in here, let's begin to only increase the limit burst whenever we attack and we are a friendly character. So character team equals to friendly. If it is friendly, then this means that we want to increase our limit burst points. Now, because we will need to create or copy and paste this exact same code, I will just cut this code in here and create another method that I will call increase limit burst. Increase limit burst, just like that. Increase LB, and then I'm going to paste the value in there, and in here I will set the value in here to be the amount, and in here equals to the amount, and we have the exact same logic, but it is really important to not repeat the code that you are writing. So in here we are just going to increase the limit burst to be 5, and then in here we are going to do the same. So we are increasing the limit burst, and then as we can see here, this is whenever the target is receiving damage, and this is called whenever we are receiving damage. So was stack.invoke. Perfect. Let's go back to Unity and see how our flow is going up. So here I will just hit play, and then I will just wait until the time limit bar is filling up, and then I will hit attack. And as we can see here, our limit bar was increased. And now let's test this out. But instead of setting the target to be equals to our our enemy here, because we are not able to see the data in the UI, we are going to attack our own friendly character. Like that. And then what I'm going to do now is to create new methods in our character UI data to update our health bar whenever we are attacked. So update health bar, like this. And in here we are going to increase or set the current amount, like that. And in here physic UI dot health slider dot value equals to the current amount. And now in here in our damage, in here, what we want to do is to call this method in here. So update char UI dot update health bar, and in here we are going to pass through the current health, and we only want to update this value if it is a friendly character. So if the character is friendly, then we will increase the limit burst and we will update the health bar as well. Perfect. So let's go back in here. And I missed, and I wrote a random number in there. So let's hit play and see what happens. Perfect, so we are seeing our values in here going up. I think I will decrease the values in here, and I will press space. And as we can see here, this character John was increased more of the limit burst because it attacked, and as well because it also received damage. And remember that Cloud was attacked John. And we also need to increase or update the values in here in our HP. So we will do that right now. So in here we also hit physic UI dot health UI dot text equals to, and we are just going to copy and paste the value that we have specified right in here. So we'll just copy and paste this in. And as we can see here, we also need to get the current max amount. So I will just set this up as well. So max amount. And I'm going to paste this right here and paste the current amount right here. And use the update health bar method right in here as well. So current amount will be current health, and the maximum amount will be max health, like this. And then I can delete this now. And health slider, we also want to set the maximum amount. Well, we can delete this value right there and we can leave it as it is. So in here we want to set the maximum health as well. Just like that. So this will update our health bar, and now we want to update our mana bar. Update mana bar equals to our current amount, and our current amount will be only. So physic UI dot mana bar mana slider dot value equals to the current amount. So current amount, and then we are going to do the same thing here with our mana UI dot text. we are going to copy this value, these both values in here, like this. Current mana, which is the current amount in both. And then we are going to update the mana bar right in here. So update mana bar. And the amount is the current amount of the mana in here that we are passing through in here, which is current mana. Like that. And now whenever we use mana, which we will handle in whenever we expand our character abilities and handle the attacks, will be called. So let's go back here in Unity and let's see what is happening. I'm gonna hit play, and then as we can see here, everything is working fine. I will just decrease the value of our speed limit that we want to use for attacking, so I will just put it 3 seconds. Then I'm gonna attack, and as we can see here, our character has been damaged with 10 health, and our limit burst has increased. So I am going to put this to 0.1, like that, and just be able to attack. And the character will be dead, and it died as well. And as we can see here, whenever we are attacking, we no longer see that the name of the character was attacked. This is because of the logic that we specified before to avoid these kind of errors. And now we have the error that our slider doesn't handle very well with decimal points beneath 1. And this we will handle right now because it is really simple. So we'll go back to our raw data, and what we will do is on our time bar we are going to set up our whole numbers to be equals to false, which we already have, so it might be an error of which it was specified. So let me see in here, unit burst, but let's handle this in a later stage whenever we have set up all of our data and all of our combat loop, and as well we'll polish everything up in a later session. So let's hit play again, just to see this working again. So our time bar fills, we attacked our character John, and remember that John is attacking this enemy in here. Perfect. So everything is working fine. Awesome. So in the next session we'll begin to expand our character data and create more scripts to handle specific character abilities. So I hope to see you in the next session. Hi, and welcome to session 4.3. In this session, we'll begin to create our base ability classes, and as well as increasing and expanding our character base class. So let's begin. So for this, let's go to our scripts folder, and in here we are going to add another script in our data folder called ability data. So let's create another script, and we will call it ability data. And in here pretty much we will specify all the values like we did with our character data, but instead we'll do it for an ability. So let's open up our script. Let's open our Visual Studio, and then let's wait for it to load. And in here we will only store data. We will not want it to do anything else. So we'll delete mono behavior and delete all of the contents as well. So first of all, we will need to create another the string of the ability that this ability will have. So we'll call it ability name, like this. And then after that, I made a a simple document in here that we can see. We will do a name, then the absolute value, the value that the ability will have. Since we do not want to have like damage value and heal value, we want to have a single value, and then handling the output. And in here we will program to check if we want this ability to heal or be a damage ability, and as well if it is a ranged ability or a melee ability as well. So in our, we'll set this to be, the value will be an integer, and since our health values are not decimal values. So up value, and then we want to specify a type of the ability. We will create here public enum, and we will call it ability type, like this. And in here what we are going to do is for the ability to be ranged or a melee ability as well. And in here we are going to declare it public ability type and type, like this. And then we are going to continue to select the cost of this ability, and in this case we'll use an integer because our mana points are not decimal values. So public integer will be equal to the mana cost. And then we are going to select the output type of the ability. And in here we are going to create another enumerator in which this will be ability output, like this. And then we will set if it is a damage ability or a heal ability as well, just like this. And then we are going to specify here the ability output, and here output right in there. And then later on we'll move on to using a particle system, or using a particle if this ability has a particle. So to do particle, this will be taken care of in a later session. So I will just adjust this values in here so they are more organized, just like that. And then I think we are ready to go. Now I am just going to create this to be a serializable class, so we are able to see all the data inside other things in here. So here in our character data, what we want to do is to have a list of all the abilities that we want to have. So I am going to create another entry in here. And in here I will just create a public class, a public list. And this list will be abilities list. So ability data. And in here I will just call it character abilities. Just like this. And then let's go back to Unity and see how this looks. Okay, as we can see here, we have our character abilities in here, and whenever we increase the size, we are able to see or set up a new ability right in here. We can set the name, the value, the cost, and the type as well. So I will just set up some default values. So whenever we create a new ability, to have some random data, some raw or default data to have. So ability name will be equal to ability 1. And then the value will just be 10. The mana cost will be 1 for now. The type will be melee, and then the output would be damage. just like that, just to have some data to work on. And then let's let it compile. And now we have, let me reset this. If we add another one, the other element must have the ability name. For some reason it does not, but let's not worry too much about this. Okay, so what are we going to do now is I want to differentiate between a normal attack and a magic attack, because as we can see here, whenever it is our turn to attack, we want to pop up another menu, and then if we select this ability here, this magic ability, we want to pop up another window, and in this window we want to have all our character abilities that are not the basic ability, the basic attack. So that is what we are going to do now. We're going to create this little window in here with a small arrow that we will use for checking out, or we can use some buttons, which I think I will do. And then we're going to create another menu in which we'll pop up all our abilities and our mana points needed for this ability and our current mana that we have right now. So let's begin creating our base UI, new windows in here. So in here, in our character info canvas, I will grab the character name and our panel, and I will just reduce the size of this a bit. And then I am going to create another canvas in which I will just adjust this so it is equal to the corner right here, to the size in about this one. And now I will make sure that the panel is just of this size, so our character name will not be inside of this menu. And then I will just create a new panel in here in which this will be our small window that we will use. So I will just use our, let me check this out. I will use this thing here. I will increase all the alpha and maybe change the color a bit to differentiate a little bit. So in here, what I am going to do is to add the buttons that we'll use. So I will call this button to be attack, which will be the standard attack that we will use. Attack. I am going to remove the image, or set the image to be equals to another thing. I don't want to use the standard. Maybe like this for now. And then I will increase the size of the font. I will place it in the top, Shift Alt. And then here we have our attack. And then we want to do another button. And this button, what we will do is to be our abilities. In this case, I will just call it abilities. As we can see here, in here we are able to see magic, but I will just call it abilities. So abilities, like that. And then in here below, we should add another button called items, but we are not going to handle item management in here. So I will just leave it as it is. So abilities and attacks. I will just order them up a little bit. Resize the panel as well. to be in the center. And what we want to do is to pop out the number, the abilities whenever we click on this. So in this right here, we are going to create another canvas, which will be the length of this same right here. And in this I will just rename this to be action canvas. And this one will be called ability canvas. Like that. And then what I'm going to do is to create two panels. The first panel will be like the same one as we did in the first session of UI, which will tell us the mana points that are needed, and the other menu will tell us the abilities that we have. So just duplicate this one, and then I am just going to expand it a little bit, just as we can see in here, like this. So this panel will actually be a scroll view, so I will add a scroll view in here, and I will delete the second panel I made. So I will just add this maybe in here, like this. And then what I'm going to do is just remove the horizontal scroll bar in here. So in a scroll rect, I will remove the horizontal and then delete the horizontal scroll bar and just leave the vertical scroll bar in here. So if I hit play now, we are able to see that the scroll bar is right up here, which I do not want. I will add a content size filter. And in here, the horizontal fit will be the preferred size, and the vertical fit will be the minimum size. So if I add, let's say, an image right in here, like this, and then what I'm going to do is to add a vertical layered group in the content of the scroll view. And then after that, what I'm going to do is to modify a little bit our scroll bar because it got shrinked a little bit. So I will just increase the size, the height, put the scroll bar right up here, and then increase the size to be just like this. And as we can see here, if I increase more the content inside of here, our scroll bar automatically adjusts to that value. And we are able to scroll through all of our abilities. So let's now, I am just going to test this with a grid layout group. I will just select the constraint to be a column row. I want it to be 3 columns, and I will increase the padding to be 10 in each size. And then the cell size, we need it to be like a rectangle. So I will just increase the y-axis to be about maybe 60. Like that, maybe 40, and then in the x-axis I want it to be, I don't want it to be really big, maybe I will add some spacing to see what we are actually doing, and then the size will be about this, 180, like that. And each of these rectangles will be equivalent to an item or an ability. So I will just select 40 here. I will add a little bit more of padding, maybe 20 in the left and 20 in the top, and 20 in the bottom as well. Perfect. And now finally I will just modify a little bit the scroll bar so it is auto hide whenever we are not whenever we don't have any more of our abilities. So I will just put auto hide in the vertical scroll bar right in here, and then we should be good to go. Okay, everything looks perfect. I will just adjust this a little bit, and everything should be ready to handle more abilities in here. As we can see here, we no longer see our scroll bar in here. Now let's take care of our other canvas, in which we have our other panel, in which we'll handle the mana required to use the ability. So I will just move this a little bit, change the view, change the size of my windows in here. As we can see here, it really passes through, which is the same thing we had in the previous session. So for now I will just leave it as it is. And now what I'm going to do is to begin adding the stuff in here. So what I'm going to do now is to set the same thing that we did in the previous one, to make it stretch like this. But we do not want to stretch it all the way up like this. So I am just going to hit Shift and click. And then after that, I am just going to see if everything is adjusted. If everything is adjusted. So as we can see here, we see that our panel here is moving a little bit around, which is the one that we will fix right now. So I will go back into my action canvas, and then in here what I'm going to do to the panel, it's because it is stretching all the way up, and our panel is right in here. So what I'm going to do now is to just center my panel in here with Alt and Shift. And then let's check this out. We need to modify the anchor now so it is not moving around. So I will just do it like this, so it stays in the bottom, just like this. And then finally I am just going to move this a little bit above in here, and then I'm going to resize the action canvas again, and we should be ready to go. The abilities canvas looks fine. Later on we'll make this to be another image or a button in which our ability will be called. So let's continue now with our other panel, in which we want to have our mana needed. So I will just add another text in here, but to speed things up I will just copy and paste another text that we have done previously. So I will just grab this text and paste it in this panel, center this right here, and then let's resize this. So in here I will just put this and call it mana text, which will be the text of the needed mana. So after this, what we are going to do is to set the text, which will be or will change depending on the mana needed for the ability, like this. So we need the mana needed for the ability and our current mana of the target of our character that wants to use that ability. So what are we going to do is I will just leave it as it is, mana needed, and then I will create another text. I will just duplicate the same one, put this down here, move it to the right, set it like this. I don't want this to use a lot of space, and then I will just put like this, 545, put this a little bit above. I will also decrease the size of this, put it like this, just so it looks good, and then I will just increase the size of this as well. Okay, I will just move this around. I will make this both to stand in the center, I think will be better. Let me see how they shrink. Okay, perfect. And then what I'm going to do is to just move the text of here to be sort of like this. Perfect. And then here, mana needed. Okay, so I will just handle another background so that it looks better. So what I'm going to do now is look at my reference here, and it uses all the window in here, and I think I will do that as well. So I will just go back in here and make it so it uses all the space available. And then I will just adjust this so it looks a lot better. I will create another column right in here, reduce a bit the spacing, maybe to 20, and then increase the padding at the left to 30, and in the top 30 as well, and in the bottom 30 as well. Maybe spacing, I will leave the spacing in 20. Perfect. So whenever a character is ready to attack, what we want to do is pop up this window right in here. So what are we going to do now is just increase the size or change the text, the text to be white so it is more readable. And then I am just going to check if I can interact with these buttons, which I can. So after this, what we want to do is to be able to combine this with our game loop. This attack will be equal to the basic attack that the character has, and the abilities will be the ones that cost mana points. So everything that is related to this will be taken care of in the next session. We will also take care of showing all of the ability data right in here as well, and of course handling all the mana needed depending on the ability. So when we select an ability, the mana needed for the ability will be shown here, and then after we have clicked on it, we will be able to select one of the enemies or attack the enemy target that we have in here, and then removing some health depending on the ability information, or heal a player depending on the ability information as well. So I hope to see you in the next session, and I hope you enjoyed this one. Hi, and welcome to session 4.4. In this session, we will begin to implement all of our abilities, scripts, and everything that we have done in the previous session, and implement it directly into our main combat loop. So first of all, what we want to do is being able to spawn this menu whenever our time bar is fully loaded up. So let's go here in Visual Studio into our character control or character data, and in here we want to check out whenever our limit bar or our time bar is completely filled up. And this is whenever our character state is ready. And since this is always called, because we only want to pop up the window once and not call it every time, and a lot of times, because this will get called always. So what are we going to do is to create a simple flag in which we will check whenever the character state just entered the ready state. So we will create a new bool and we'll call it was just ready. So whenever we have we were just ready, we want to set this flag and call as well another method or another Unity event. And we are going to call it on just ready. And this will be called whenever we have entered the character state of ready. So let's go back in here in our character loop. And whenever we are ready, what are we going to do is to use our flag. Or something else that we can do as well is to rewrite our character loop, which I think will be the best option here. So I am going to delete our was just ready bool and use the power of coroutines to handle this functionality. So what we are going to do here is to create another while loop inside of this. I will just comment everything out of the while loop like this, and then basically I will copy again this while loop, and what I'm going to do here, I am going to delete everything inside of this, and I will create another while loop inside that will check if the current speed is less or equals, but I think I will leave it at less, maybe. Yeah, less than speed limit of the character. And while this is happening, we will increase the current speed. So current speed plus equals time dot delta time. And then after that, we are just going to use the same logic that we have in here, setting our character to be idle as well while we are charging. I think this will need to... Okay, I think I will create an if statement, because if the character is being attacked while we are idling, because this is possible, then it will always get overridden by this. So if character state is equals to that the item or character is being attacked, if we are not being attacked, then we can be idling. Otherwise, we are going to be attacked. And because we do not want our application to freeze in this part, we are going to return null in here, like this. And then what are we going to do? Whenever the current speed is larger than the speed limit, then this means that we want to finish the loop. So we want this right here, which I am going to paste right here. So whenever we exit the loop, it means that we are ready. just like this. And whenever we are ready, remember that we want to invoke our event on just ready, which are we going to use to pop up the UI window. So on just ready dot invoke like this, and then we are just going to wait. We'll return new wait until we are being, or we are attacking something. So character state equals to character state dot attacking. So whenever we are attacking something, we want to continue doing something else in here. Let me do this again. And in here, we want to return or continue this loop whenever we have attacked. So what are we going to do here is to use another yield return wait until, but we are gonna wait until we are idling again. And this will be handled with animation events. So for now, to do, change this to use anim events. We will set the character state equals to idle again. So whenever we are attacking, we are going to switch to idle instantly because we are not using animations at this time. And then after that, we are just going to wait until we are idling to repeat all the same cycle again. So let's set our character state above here to be set whenever we attack. So right in here, we can only attack if we are not dead. So let me see in which part we have this here. I think it is in character control. Okay. I will just make a simple, I will delete what we have here. Now that we have our new character loop. And then what I am going to do now is to set if the character state is not equal to or is equal to died, then we are going to return. We are not going to execute the code in here. This means that this character will not be able to attack. And then what are we going to do is to set our attacking state, which is right here. Whenever we damage, whenever we execute attack, we are going to set the character state to be equals to attacking, like that. And then after that, remember that when we are attacking, then we are going to set back to idle because we do not have any animations yet. And then after that, we are going to wait until we are idling again and repeat the same loop again. I am going to set the state right here at the very end, just so all the damaging functionalities and events are finished before we set into this state, so we do not change our state too quickly in here. Okay, so let's go back here in Unity. And then let's test it out to see what happens when we play next, when we hit play. As we can see here, everything works fine. We are ready to attack, as we can see in here. What we might do later on is to move this out of here and put this inside our character data or in another part, because we do not want to check if we are ready to attack every single frame. But for now, we can leave it as it is. So, okay, everything works fine. Whenever we attack, whenever our character is ready, we want to pop up this window. and we want the UI to show a little arrow or something to let us know that this character is ready to attack. So what are we going to do first of all is to create a simple generic onReady event here in our character data. So void onReady default. And in here, what we are going to do is to use this on JustReady here in our init. So on JustReady.addListener. And in here, we are going to add our onReady default. And then after that, what we want to do in our ready default is to activate this window right in here. So we want to add another reference in here equals to the window. So we are going to set public. We are going to call it action window, will be a game object. And then here in our character data, we're going to set UI manager dot instance dot action window dot set active equals to true. This way, whenever a character is ready, we want to set the character to be ready. And then we want to select our character UI to show information about our player here. So what are we going to do is to grab our chart UI. So for now we are just going to change the text of our selected character. So char UI dot physic UI, and we want to grab the character UI. And in here we are grabbing our row UI, we are grabbing our text, and we want to change the color of this text. So color equals to color.cyan, like this. And we also want to deactivate or grab all of our physic UI, because whenever a character is ready, and then whenever another character is ready, then this will mean that the other texts will now go back to their default color. So what we want to do is I will create another void, reset all, reset text, reset UI text. Like this. And in here what we want to do is to reset all of our character data. So what are we going to do is to just for now we are going to set this to white like this, and we are going to find all of our character controls, so for each, and in here we are going to use find or game object dot find objects of type. Remember, this needs to be objects in plural, and we are going to grab our character control. We're going to set this void to public, and then we are going to set the item to character data, item.character data .char UI .reset .character data .reset UI name text. And this way all the text will become their standard color. Okay, let me simplify this. I will leave it as game object. And then we are ready to go. So let's see how this works. I will just increase our speed limit to be 3.2 in one character. So let's wait. And we have an error in here because we have not yet specified the action window. So we are going to specify that in our manager and set our action window, which is this one, and then we are going to deactivate the action canvas. So let's wait. And we get another reference error. Let's see what it is. Character UI color, say not an instance of an object. And remember that we need to set this event whenever we are not enemy character. So what we are going to do is to copy and paste this one here, and as well as this listener right here, like that, because we were trying to access an UI that the enemy character did not have. So let's hit play. Let's wait until it finishes loading the time, and we get another error. Let's see here, and we are getting the same error on ready default. We are just going to use an if statement in here. Character state equals to character team. Enemy, like this. Is friendly, my bad. Like this. And then we should be good to go. But I think the error, now that I see here, is we want to check if the item is the character data and the team is not equal to an enemy. And this way we are able to avoid setting more things up like this, because we are trying to call this method when an enemy and the enemy does not have an UI. So let's hit play again. Let's wait until it finishes loading. And as we can see here, John is ready to attack. And we are ready, and we can attack as well with Cloud. But we are currently selecting John. And as we can see here, we can attack. So the next step is to, whenever we press the attack, to use the basic attack that the character has. So what are we going to do next is to create our script that will handle our current character that we want to control. So in here we will create our script that will be game manager or battle manager. And this script will work as we will be able to select our character and handle all those kinds of events. So let's open up that script. And then we will delete all of the starting methods that are given. And then after that, what we want to do is to have a public character control. That will be the current selected or current character. This will be the character that we will be able to control and select, and use that data accordingly to show this in the UI, the current selected and all that stuff. So let's now begin with setting this as a singleton, public battle manager instance, and then void awake. And then in here we are just going to write instance equals to this. This way we are able to call battle manager anywhere. So now that we have this, what we are going to do now is in our event, whenever we are ready, on character on ready default, we want to make our battle manager to know that instance, let me see, public static battle manager instance. So battle manager dot instance dot current character equals this. And we might need to set this in our character control. So let's see what we can do here. We might need to have a reference as well in our character data. So let's go back to our character control and let's create a void awake, and let's set a public character control, and here will be the reference of our character control as well, but we are going to hide it in the inspector. So char cont, just like this. I am going to put an underscore right below, and then in here we are going to set that our character data dot char cont equals to this. This way we set this data right here. And now finally on our is already default, we set char cont just like that. And now this way, whenever we are ready, we are able to use this data accordingly. So let's go back in here in Unity. I'm gonna hit play. And let's see if an error happens or not. And yes, an error happens. Let's see what it is. It might be because we are not yet put our battle manager inside of our scene. So we're gonna put battle manager. And as we can see, we have our current character. So let's see here. Let's wait. And we have that John is our current character, and here we can see it as well. So what we want to do now is to be able to use the abilities that our character control has. So in our character data, we want to create a standard ability, which will be the basic attack. This will be the basic attack that we will use. So here in our battle manager, or in our, let's go back to Unity first. And let's check here in our basic attack. So I am just going to cut sword, slice. The value will be 10, the mana cost will be 0 because it will be the basic attack. The type will be melee, and the damage will be, the output will be damage. So this will be our basic attack. Now what we want to do here in our battle manager is whenever we select or click the attack button, we will make that our current character makes the standard attack. So public void do basic attack on target. For this, we might want to do this. So current character dot character data dot attack, just like this. And I think it is important to, every time we want to make an attack, to pass all the information inside of this. So let's go back in here, and in here I will want to expect an ability data to be used as what we are going to use. So in here we are going to use ability dot app value. But first we need to check if it is going to heal or if it's going to damage the enemy or target. So what we want to do here is we are going to, let me see here, the references that we have. We only have one and it is on damage. So what are we going to do here? We have two options. One will be to create another completely different method and to be equal to this one, but negative, so it will heal. Or make this a versatile method to be able to heal and to damage an enemy or the target. But for now, I will only create another method, and in here I will just put heal amount, just like this. And in here we are going to do the exact same thing, but with the character target. So target dot current health. But I think it will be better if we created our target current health equals to math f dot clamp, and the value will be target dot current health plus heal amount, and then the minimum is 0 and the maximum is a target dot max health, like this. So we are healing with an amount, but I think it will be better if we directly heal this character right here. So it will be better if we just do the exact same thing, but with only this object, like this. We want to heal this character. So we are going to kill the current character. So we are going to grab our own health and then increase it with the health amount without going through the boundaries. And after we have finished healing our character, we may want to update our health bar. So I will just grab this bar right here and update the health bar as well. Now let's see if we do not need to do anything else. And no. So what are we going to do is I will create a switch statement. I will grab the ability dot output, and in here, if the target or the ability is to damage, then I will use the damage function. Otherwise, I'm gonna use the target dot heal, and we are going to heal this target like this. So ability dot app value, like that. This way we are able to damage or heal the enemy depending on the ability data that we have. So after that, then let's see what else we have. Let's go back to our character control. And now in here we need to pass in the attack whenever we want to do this. But since we are no longer using the void update, we can comment it for now. So let's wait right in here. Let's go back to our battle manager, and in here we want to do the basic attack on target. So we are going to grab our current character dot character data dot basic attack, and this way we are going to attack the current target of this enemy. But first, let's do our basic control that we have in here. we are going to check if our character is ready for action. So I will just copy and paste this right here. Then cut this one out and paste this right here. And paste the current character right in here. Current character dot character data. Target dot can be attacked. If the target can be attacked, oh yeah, this is at the book log. And this, let me see what happened in here. Okay, character data can be attacked, then we attack the target. So if character data can be attacked, and in here we should put current data. As well as in here, character data. And in here it is current character. Okay, perfect. Now, whenever we want to do a basic attack, we want to check if we are ready for action, then the team, and then if can be attacked. So what I'm going to do now is to check this out. I will pick the definition and then see it is okay. So then after that we are ready to use a basic attack on target. Later on, when we move on to having our actual characters, we'll begin to use targeting the enemy with clicks inside the enemy. So I will just delete this get key down that we created in here. So if we are friendly, we might need to remove some of this stuff for now, but I will just leave it as it is. So to basic attack on target, then let's go back in here. Then I'm gonna hit play. Let's wait until we are ready, and then we can attack. Okay, we forgot to select here the on-click event to be equals to the barrel manager. Do basic attack on target. So let's do that right now. And then I am going to attack. And as we can see here, the enemy test was attacked. And now John is still selected. Now I'm gonna attack again and see what happens. We attacked again. So when we want to as well be able to click on this, to be able to change our character that we want to use. So here in our char info canvas, we want to modify the prefab that we have specified earlier. And we will just create a simple on-click. So I will just create a new C# script, on-click generic event. Just like that. And this will be our method to whenever we want to click on any object, on any UI object, and want to trigger an event as well. So I will open up Visual Studio again. And then in here I am going to import Unity engine.events, event systems. And in here I want to import another pointer click handler, or maybe pointer down. Let's use pointer down for now, and then I'm going to implement the interface. And in here I want to call the the event, in which will be a barrel manager. I will create a new function here to switch the current selected character. So public void select character, and then in here what we want to do is to switch our current selected character. So character control new char, and then we want to do something with this. So we want to be able to select this character that we specified in here. So let's go on ready default. As we can see here, we are setting the action window to true, setting the current character to this, and changing the color of the UI. So basically, we just want to call the onReady event, but we also need to be careful of if the character is really ready up. So I think it will be better if we just create a new public void and select, and being able to select this. So public void select character. And in here, we are going to basically use almost all of this data. We want to activate the window. We want to also remove the other ones and do everything else, but only if we are 100% ready. So we previously created a new boolean to check if we are ready. So if we are not ready, then we are going to return, because we do not want to execute any of this code if the character is not ready to use any action. And in here, we are just going to do the same. We are going to just call select character like that. And now let's go back to our onClick event. We are going to call our barrel manager that we created here. And basically what we are going to do is to do new character dot select dot character data dot select character, just like that. Or another way is to handle or to have the information right in here in our onClick generic event as well, which I think it is not a bad option as well. And so to not move things too much around, I think that is the option that we are going to take. So basically we are just going to set up our character data in here. So character data char holder, and this will be the data that this onClick event is going to hold. And then in here we are going to call barrel manager dot instance dot select character, and we are going to pass through our character data. So in here I am asking for a character control, so I am going to change this to be our character data. And then I am just going to remove this from here, and then I am able to select the character in here as well. So char holder, like that. So we need to send our character data information right in here. And for this to work, we are going to, whenever we instantiate another spawn row, we may want to add another thing here called character data, passed data. This is the data that we are going to pass through to this row. So basically we are going to get a component of our name prefab. So in here on click generic event, on click event equals to get component equals to temp name dot get component on click generic event, just like that. And then we are finally going to set this character holder to be equals to the information that we are passing through. So in here, pass it data dot, let's see, char holder on click event dot char holder equals to pass it data. And then let's move on in here, and in here we are just going to set this as parameter. Okay, cannot pass through information character UI data to character data. So we need to call the information right here in our character UI data. So we are going to do the same thing as we did above. So public character data, chart data, and we are going to hide this in the inspector. So basically what we want to do in the, we are going to set in the initialization, we want to set this to be, let's see, let me find my information. So char UI dot chart data equals to this, just like this. And then finally we are able to pass through all of the information right in here, chart data, just like that. And then whenever we spawn the row, we are setting up our on click event chart holder to have this character data event. So now let's wait, and then let's add our script in here on click generic event, and we also need to do that in our prefabs that we have just created. So character name, I will just add them here, add the component, and then what we are going to do is apply on the prefab and then delete the prefab. We have all the information here as well. Perfect. We are going to save this scene, save the project, and then let's hit play to see what happens. Now, if I click on cloud, as we can see now, we selected it. Let me see, serialization.limit. UI, there might be an object composition. Okay, we do not really need to worry about this. Okay, so we are able to select. Let us see what happened in here. So character UI. Let me see what is happening in here. Let me select John, and let's see if we have. Okay, so what is happening here is that we are only setting the information to whenever we are spawning the object. So basically what we want to do now is whenever we are the first one, as we specified in here, we want to be able to grab the first one right in the UI manager. So I am going to just grab public on click generic event, first on click. It is a little messy calling this class in here, but let's not worry too much about it right now. we may later refactor this a bit. So let's go back on our first on click. And in here, we are just going to grab manager.instance.first on click.chart holder equals to this. And we want to grab the chart data. And then let's go back. And then let's hit play. We get a reference error. Let's see what the error is. First on click, and we need to reference the data of our, let us see here. We need to move right this in our manager game object. Perfect. So let's select cloud and let's make an attack. And as we can see here, cloud, the target of cloud is John. And if we select John, we attack and we attack the enemy. We can select cloud again and we can select John again to attack. And whenever we want to attack again, we cannot. So this is perfect. Whenever we attack John, our time resets. The limit burst gets increased and the John as well, because John was attacked as well. Perfect. We may want to, whenever we have finished attacking, we might want to hide this little window in here. So let's see if we can do this right in our on attack. We might want to do this in our attack event. So let's see, it is as easy as just selecting both on attack and then selecting action canvas, grabbing this here and deactivating the game object. Of course, we will need to select another character if we may want to attack. So let's attack with John, we close it up, we select with Cloud, and then we need to wait. We select, Cloud was ready, we attacked, and so on. This is the perfect flow for a turn-based combat system. Perfect. Now, what we want to do later on is whenever we select our abilities, is to pop out the other window that we want to use for showing all of the abilities. So let's do that right now. We are going to open our UI manager, and in here we are going to create another void, which will be public void fill ability window. And then we are going to create another private void, which will be clean ability window. So basically what we want to do is to fill all of our ability window, ability canvas, to show each of these will be equivalent to one ability. So we need to create another, I will create another header right in here. And in here, what I'm going to do is to create another game object, which will be ability UI prefab. And of course, we need to, I will call this ability window. And then in here, what we want to do is to select our window as well, game object, or I think I will do transform maybe. No, I will just leave it as game object to be ability UI holder. This will be the transform that will hold all of our ability prefabs. And then we also want to handle the mana needed in here. And also I might need to change the background of this image right here. So I will just change this up to be this panel blue. And then increase all of the size right in here. and as well as in the scroll view. So I will just do the exact same thing right in here. Perfect. And now I think it will be better if I do a small button in here to be able to go back. But for now I will leave it as it is. So ability window, and then I want to have my text for the mana needed. So public text mana needed UI like this. And then what we want to do now is to fill the ability windows depending on our character data. So in here we are going to pass through our character data. And in here what we are going to do is just create a basic for each or for loop, whatever, it doesn't really matter. And in here we are going to grab data, abilities, character abilities, just like that. And then in here we can leave it as it is, item, doesn't really matter. Then we are going to set to instantiate, so game object, temp, ability, prefab, to be equal to instantiate. And we are going to instantiate the ability UI prefab. Just like this. And then we want to set the parent, so temp ability prefab dot transform dot set parent to be this ability UI holder. Then we need to clean all of the abilities whenever we want to open another one. So for this will be a little bit different. We want to grab all the data inside of our ability UI holder dot transform. Now what this will do is that since this is transform, we do not need to do that. So what this will do is will delete all of the children that this transform has. So item, so we are going to just destroy, and then item dot game object. Let me see, ability UI holder. This is, let me see, ability UI holder is a transform. So I should be able to use, I will just set this to here, transform, destroy item dot game object. I don't know why it didn't work, but finally it works. And we finally want to clean all of the abilities windows every time we want to spawn more ability windows. Perfect. So basically the prefab will also include the information of the ability that we want to use, or maybe the index only as well. So we will create a new script that will be ability UI or something like that. So let's create another script, ability UI. Let's let it compile, let's wait, and then we are going to open again the script. And then in here, we do not want to have all of the information of the ability in here. We just want to have the ability index, which will be an integer, and it will be equal to 0. Okay, perfect. So let's go back in. I will delete all of what we have in our on generic click event. And here in our ability data, in our UI manager, we want to set the index to be equal to our character abilities. And basically what we want to do is to ability UI temp UI, temp of UI to be equals to to temp ability prefab dot get component, and in here we are gonna get the ability UI component, and then we are going to set the index ability index to be equal to the index inside of this list. So item, and in here let's see if we can get the index. No, we cannot. So basically I think to speed things up I will just convert this to a simple for loop. So I will just do this here. I will just pass all the information right in here, and then finally what I will do is ability index will be equals to I, like this. Okay, so we will fill the ability window whenever we click on a character or whenever we click on the abilities right in here in our action canvas. So what are we going to do is open up here, and in abilities we're going to select our manager, and then we are just going to call the method of using that. Let me see what I cannot find it. Public void fill ability window. And I think Unity does not support this kind of data. So what are we going to do now is basically just, since this is raw data, we might need to send the character control data instead. So I think that is what I'm going to do now. So character, let me see what we can do here. Maybe since we already know what the current selected item is, we might not need to pass any information in here. We might only need to just use the barrel manager dot instance dot current character, and then the character data. It is a lot of a very long string, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, perfect. And I think it will be better if we set another variable to be equal to this thing right here. Just so we have more space in here and it looks a lot cleaner. So let's go back in here. And whenever we click our abilities, we need to select our fill ability window. And this should fill up all of our ability window depending on the abilities that our character has. Okay, so let me analyze this a little bit more. And as well, we also need to activate the abilities canvas. So abilities canvas, we are going to set active and to be equal to true. Just like that. Save this in. And then we can try and hit play to see what happens. I forgot, and as well we need to set up all of the information in here. So the ability UI holder will be the content of the scroll view, which I will just pass in through. Then the ability, the mana needed text, will be the one that we have in here, the mana needed. So mana needed will be here, and the ability UI prefab is not yet made, which we will do right now. And we will use ability UI strip as well. So I will just activate our abilities canvas, and then I will just convert this to be maybe a button, or maybe we can use the generic event as well, which I think we will use. I will just create a new text here, text, move it a little bit, Let's see. So you can see here it got accommodated automatically. I will just select best fit. I will center it and set the text to white. And just a small shadow so it looks a little better. So 2 and 1.2. And just like that, will be equivalent to the ability name, which we'll set as well. And I think because we need to set information in the text, we might need to expand only the ability UI in this case. So I am just going to move this up here at the ability UI. The ability index will get filled up. And then I am going to import some settings in here. .ui to be equals, and in here I am just going to select public text equals to ability text, and that's it for now. I am going to select another void, select init as well to initialize our information right in here. So the initialization will be equals to the ability index or the ability name that we want to pass through. So because we are setting this and sending this as well right in our UI manager, we are directly accessing and we know the information as well directly of the ability. So I think it will be better if we will definitely keep the index for whenever we want to use the ability and know directly with the character with which ability to use. But in here I am just going to call string ability name and then ability text dot text equals to our ability name. Ability name, just like that. And then after that, I might need to set this private and just get the component in awake, maybe. No, I think I will set this in the inspector directly. So just like that, and then I am going to create a prefab in this object right here. So I think I did not save the script. Ability UI. Okay, it's compiling now. And then I am going to set this ability UI text. And then I am going to create a prefab with this. And then delete the other ones as well. And as well, I might need to create an onClick event as well. So I will import the exact same thing that I did in here. I will import as well the event systems and import the interface as well. And what this will do is that it will attack. It will make the character attack when using this ability as well. And I think it will be better if I can sort directly the ability data in here, or I can use the ability index as well. There are a lot of ways that we can achieve things. So what I'm going to do now in this case is to do a simple for loop, and then we are going to loop through the I am first going to create a new variable to be ability or temp var equals to variable manager dot instance dot current character dot character data. And in here we want to use the abilities, character abilities in here, chart data dot count. And then right in here, we are just going to loop through until we have finished searching for the ability. So if the ability index is equals to I, then it means that we have found our ability and we are able to attack. So this way we are just going to call the battle manager .turn character data .attack, and in here we are going to pass through the ability that we got. So character data let's see, character data, and in here we're using the index of this data, and this way we are going to attack with the ability that we just found. Perfect. So whenever we attack, I am just going to print the information in here to do, let's see, debug log attack with, and then the ability name, and then after that to the target of our target to character name, cannot convert character string, and here I need a plus as well. Perfect. So let's finally try this out and let's see what errors we get. So let's wait until this compiles. Okay, perfect. So I am just going to hit in the ability UI, I am going to drag this information in here, then apply, and then delete the prefab and hide the abilities canvas as well. Oh, but also before I forget, we need to set up our what do you call it? Our mana needed UI. So in here, in our mana needed UI, we need to set information as well. But of course, whenever we click on the ability UI. So I think this information might be needed directly in here in our ability UI, or just setting up a new void. And we can call it maybe mana needed. Event, and in here just calling the UI manager set mana needed UI. So right in here in our set mana needed, we are just going to call the UI manager .instant.set mana needed UI to be equals to the mana needed, basically. And because we are sending too much information, I think I will just put it right in here as well, in our event in here. So mana needed UI, I will just call this information in here. And then set mana needed UI, we want to pass through the current mana of our character. So int current mana or ability mana, and then we want to pass through the character current mana. So what are we going to do now is mana needed UI dot text equals to ability mana plus space plus character current mana. And finally in here, where we are going to do is create another variable to be I will rename this to chart data ability, char ability. Or maybe what we can do here is to just create another only one character data, and then deleting this up, and then here in chart data abilities, character abilities dot count. And then finally in here, what we want to do now is to select our character data dot character abilities, and finally in here we need to send up the information here as well. And I think it will be better if we just call directly the method instead of creating double methods. So set mana needed UI. So we need the ability. We want to get this information right here. Dot mana cost. And then the character current mana, which is the character data. Dot current mana points. Like that. So finally we might get to, I think it will be better to handle like a double click thing, because if we click we will directly attack and we will not know the mana cost. So I will just create another boolean, so bool is selected. So if it is selected, if is selected, then we are going to attack. Otherwise, we are just going to set the information in the UI. And then we need to hide the menu in here, in which we will, well, whenever we attack, we want to hide all of the action canvas and the abilities canvas. So let's go back in here, and we also need to set another event and grab our abilities canvas, and of course setting to be equals to false to deactivate the game object. So let's go back in here and remove and deactivate both. Okay, perfect. Now let's see if we are able, but first let's add some abilities to both of our characters. So the first character will be ability 1, the absolute value, I don't know, random number, mana cost 20, and then here will be ranked. Let's leave it at rank, it really doesn't matter too much. And then lastly, let's add another ability here, which will be the same as this one, just going to change the name. And then in our other character, we will add another ability, just some random values as well, just like this. And then what are we going to do is gonna hit play and see what happens. So let's hit play, the time passes by, we are able to choose which character to use, and let's now use the abilities. And as we can see here, our text was not updated. So let's see why this happened. So let's go back in here in our action canvas, in our abilities, and here we want to enable our abilities canvas and then fill the ability window. So let's check this out right here. Okay, so we are cleaning the ability window, and then we are setting everything up. But I think we are not really calling the method to initialize this right here, which is true. So we are going to go back and now initialize our UI in here. So our ability UI, I think we are not really getting any reference in here. So let's ability UI, we actually do. So now we are going to set temp app UI dot init. And the ability name, which will be the same as we are passing through. So data I dot ability name, just like that. And then we are going to go back to Unity and hit play. We might want to change that whenever we select a character to close the other window so that the abilities are able to spawn again. So let's do that right now. So whenever we want to, let's see here, whenever we select a new character in here in our character data, let's see, right, select character right in here, we might be able to, or maybe in here it really doesn't matter. As we can see, we are setting the action window to true, and as well we want to set the ability window, which we will have right here. Let's see, ability UI, but we do not really have our ability window. So public game object ability window, and we are going to close, and we're sorry about that, and we are going to close this right in here in our ability window dot set active equals to false in this case. So let's get back to Unity, and then here in our manager, what we are going to do is just drag and drop our abilities canvas right in here. We are going to save the scene, and then we are going to hit play. So whenever we have, let's wait until it finishes loading, then whenever we hit our abilities, we have our abilities that are in here. And we also need to initialize this mana needed for our ability. So let's go back, and here in our ability UI, whenever, in this case, it will be whenever we are selecting the item. So for now, let's just go back here in our abilities canvas, and in our mana needed, I will just put this select ability like that. And then we are able to choose. I am going to choose cloud in this case, so abilities. And we are able to select ability 2 or ability 1, in which both have the exact same number of mana cost. So if I change this to 10, which I think I cannot, I need to reset this, so 10. And then I will try this again. So I will wait until it finishes loading, then abilities, hit the ability, this ability uses 3 mana, and I have 100 mana. So I will just have a small window in here, a small button, so we are able to go back into seeing our other data. So we are just going to create another UI, another button in here, which it will be just to go back to where we were before. So in here, I will just put this like a back button in here, or just right back, like this. And basically what we want to do now in here is to just hide this abilities canvas. So we're going to grab the abilities canvas in here, and then we are going to set active equals to false. And this should close the abilities canvas. So let's try this now. I'm gonna close this up and hit play. Now let's wait until it finishes. Then we'll hit abilities, select ability, we select ability, and we need 3 mana, and we have 100 mana. We go back, and we successfully went back in here. So if I attack, then I can choose here, abilities. So we might need to fix that in a later part of the session. Whenever we select an ability, we are able to click, and whenever we double click, we want to be able to attack the player. So abilities, double click. We need to set that functionality as well. So we attack, we go back in here, we set abilities, and whenever another character is ready, the window closes, which we might need to fix that up, or fix that whenever we are in the abilities window to not close, or doesn't close, or don't close the abilities windows at all. But for now, let's leave it like this. So I attack, it loads up, then we can select another ability. So what I will just do is to check out why our double click was not correctly working. So whenever we want to attack, so is selected, we want to set this. So if it is not selected, then we will set is selected equals to true. And whenever we go back in here, we want to set is selected equals to false. Just like that. Then we go back, and let's see our functionality in here. Let's hit play. We attack. Okay, attack with sword slice to the enemy. Perfect. And then let's select our abilities. We are going to click again, and as we can see here, we successfully used the ability onto the enemy. So let's select Cloud, ability 2, and we attack John with our ability. The HP was reduced, and the limit was increased as well. Perfect. So now we have our basic UI and abilities are successfully working depending on our target that we have in here. We might need to change that whenever we have another character that it is already ready. We do not want to override that option, but we will do that in a later part of this project. So in the next session, we will begin to set up our basic enemy AI to randomly hit an enemy, or hit an enemy which in that case is one of our playable characters. So I hope to see you in the next session. Hi, and welcome to session 4.5. In this session, we'll begin to create our enemy artificial intelligence for the enemies to attack a random player or a random character that we are controlling. And as well, we are going to be able to queue some of the attacks that our characters can do, and as well as the enemies, and not only just make this an attack that can be called once. For example, we want to be able to call the attack method, and then later on we want to wait until the target that we have selected is able to be attacked, and then after that, well, handling all the other logic, and as well we want to do that for our enemy. So let's begin with making our attack system to be able to queue up attacks. So in here, what we need to do is to make this an enumerator, or create an attack enumerator to be able to use some coroutines. So what we are just going to do is I will check the references that our attack method here has, and we have on our ability UI and in our battle manager. This one is called whenever we want to do the basic attack, and then the other one is whenever we want to do an standard ability. So we need to select or create here in our character data or character control. I will do this in my character control because we cannot start coroutines if we have not mono behavior. So in here I will just create another public coroutine, and I will call it attack QA, just like that. And then what are we going to do with this is to use this with an enumerator. So let's go back in here in our character data or in our character control, and in here I will create an enumerator to be character data, which I think I will just do right here in our attack method in here. So basically what we want to do is to have the exact same flow, but making this a little bit different. So whenever we want to attack, well, we need to check if we are not dead. And then what we want to do is instead of return, I will just set use break to break the coroutine. And then as well, we want to create all of our logic that we have in here. So I will just copy and paste, write all of our information in here. And as well, we want to pass through our data that we have here as an overload. And so whenever we want to attack the target, we do not want to directly call this method in here, which is directly responsible of modifying the data values of the other character. So basically what we want to do, I want to check out what our event of character does. Right in here. Okay, so this completely resets so it begins to fill up all of the energy. We set the current speed back to 0. So back in here, what we want to do is to wait until the target is being able to attack or is attackable. So you'll return new wait until, and we are going to wait until the target is attackable, which are we going to do here in another bool here. And we actually have this, so I think it will be better if we just use this item in here, or we can create another one to check if this character is attackable. And we are actually not using this, so I will just rename this or use this right here. So can attack or is attackable. And in here I am just going to remove the target in here and just maintain it like this. So basically whenever we are attackable is if we are in idle or we are ready to attack as well. Let us see our other states. Idle or ready, we do not want attacking or died. So let's go back in here. And then we are going to wait until the target is attackable. And basically whenever our target is attackable, then this means that we are going to do all of this logic. And as well, what we want to do is to set a new character state that will allow us to let our other flows know that we are preparing or we have started an attack onto a character. So we need to create another character state that we will call attack or trying attack. We can write it like this for now. And basically we do not want to recharge our energy whenever we are trying to attack something. So basically what we want to modify in here is our basic increasing of the timing here. So what are we going to do in here is why we are increasing this, we want to wait or check if our character state is not equal to trying attack. So if we are not trying to kiwi an attack or trying to attack something, then this means that we can execute this code right here. And we might as well set a yield return, new wait until, and we can select this right here. So whenever we enter here, we want to wait or check if we are not yet trying an attack. And if we are not trying to attack something, then the code will continue in its normal flow. And now, when we want to set up that we want to attack something, well, of course, we want to set this up whenever we want this, whenever we insert this part of the code. So character state equals to character state dot trying attack. This way we call that we are trying to attack something. And as we can see here in our onAttack method that we set up, we are setting up that we are removing or setting to 0 the time as well. As we can see right in here, let me search for this. Select character. So here in our character attack default, we are setting that our player just attacked equal to false and our current speed equals to 0. So let me see when we are using this. So basically we are not using this. We can remove this boolean in here since it is not part of our flow anymore. And now what we are setting now whenever we try to attack something is to just set that our time is equal to 0. So character attack default, we set our current speed to 0. And that is what we are wanting to set up in here. Or we can do another event that we can do or call it on attack queue. And I think that is the best for this to have more control. So public event, Unity event, on attack queue, like this. And we are going to use that exact same method. We are going to create its own default. So void on attack queue default. And in here, what we want to do is to basically just cut and paste this right here whenever our attack has been queued. And then after this, we just want to select this and initialize the event right in here. So on attack queue dot add listener on attack queue default, like this. And then as we can see here, whenever we queue our attack, our character will change to try and attack. Then we will wait until the target is attackable. And let's see if whenever the target is attackable, we want to have another chance if our target is still alive. Because maybe another of our characters tried to, or is attacking the target that we want to attack, but it died in that point. And then the code will be right in here and it will increase everything, which we do not want. So what we are going to do is to do a simple check in which we will check if the target is still alive. Target, and we don't have that. We can use a character state, so character state equal to died. If it is died, then we'll break the coroutine right here. Otherwise, we are going to continue the attack. And as well, whenever we are trying to attack the target, whenever we reach this stage and the character is not dead, then it means that we want to set the target state to be that it is being attacked. Right in here, attacked. So right in here in our queue attack, what we want to do is to do our target dot character state. We want to set this to be that it is being attacked. However, we want to be careful that whenever this character state cannot be overridden. And so we will handle this whenever we are playing the combat system, and whenever we are seeing that the state gets overridden, then we will check that, or whenever the character state has been overridden, and we will use a simple if statement that if the target character or the character state is being set to attacked, then we cannot interfere with that. So let us see. Now what we want to do is to only queue the attack if we are not yet trying to attack. So in here, if the character state is died, then it means we stop, or the character state is equal to trying attack. If we are trying attack, then we want to not queue an attack again. And let's see what other states do we have. We want to set the character state of attacking as well. So basically the attacking will be whenever we are using directly animations, which we will not handle right now. So here in our character control we have our public routine called attack queue. And so we want to sort this routine right whenever we want to attack something or make an attack. So what we are going to do is go here in our battle manager and check all of our attack methods. And in here we are going to check whenever we are in here, whenever we want to attack, we want to call another method. And so what we want to do is to select the battle manager and basically all of this data. But instead of directly attacking, we want to queue the attack. So queue, let me see here. Numerator, I need to set this as public. So public queue attack. So let us go back here in our ability UI, character data dot queue attack. And in here we need to pass in the ability that we set up in here. I will comment this line right here, and I will do the same right in the other method that we have to do another attack. And also we want to make this to start a coroutine. I think this will be a lot. Let me see what we can do in here. Character data. Okay, so we already have our character data in here. So I will just do this. Chart data.queue attack. And then I will go back in here and set another variable in here. Current character. Character data equals to this right here. Or never mind, I will just leave it as it is. And then just setting to queue up the attack in here. Since this is a coroutine, we want to start the coroutine in chart data. And in here I will just remove one level of data, current character, like this. And then in here I will just do the same. Just like that. And then we just want to start a coroutine. And we want to start the coroutine directly in our character control. So we are going to grab the chart data. Remember, we are grabbing our current character, and this current character is a character control. So char data dot, and we need to get information of our coroutine attack queue equals to start coroutine, and we are just going to start this coroutine right here. And we are going to do the same thing right here in our barrel manager. So current character dot attack queue equals to the start coroutine, and set this to be the attack queue right in here. Queue attack, just like that. Basically, we also want to have a second check in here to see if our attack queue already exists. And if it is already existing, then we do not want to really interfere with this. So we're going to do current character dot attack queue. And basically that's it. And not equal to null. Just like this. And then as well, what we want to do in here in our ability UI, we want to do the same. So if attack queue is not equal to null, we're going to execute this code right here. And also we want some way of being able to clear up our attack queue that we have as well. So what we are going to do is to create a void in here, clear attack queue. And basically you will just set our attack queue to stop. So if attack queue is not equal to null, then we will stop our coroutine. attack queue, stop crouching, attack queue. And if it is null, then it means that we will not need to do anything else. And then after that, we just set attack queue equals to null. And then here in our character data, we want to do the same thing here. Whenever we want to, I will just convert this right here. And then move our code right inside of this. And then after this, we want to clear the coroutine. So I am going to grab my char control, dot clear attack queue. Whenever this happens, we will stop all of our coroutine, and then we are going to set it back to null, as we can see in here. So let's begin to try this out. Try the new queue attack system that we have just made and see what errors we get or if it is working in the first time. So let's hit play. Okay, it's loading. And we are ready. Okay, I want to pay close attention to our character states in here. So we attack, and we were able to attack. So we are passing through in here. If it is not equal to null, if it is equal to null, right in here as well. I'm gonna save all of my scripts and try this again. Okay, let's wait until it finishes loading our character. Okay, perfect, ready. We're able to change. We are going to attack. We attacked our player here, John. And then let's try to attack John. And in here we attacked and our... Okay, let me see. We are not directly invoking our event whenever we want to reset the time back to 0. We are able to attack infinitely right now. So we are going to call on attack queue whenever we successfully queue an attack. So here in our queue attack, whenever we are trying to attack, then we are going to call on attack queue dot invoke right in here. Then let's try this again. Okay, it's loading. We are idling for now. And we are ready now. So attack, it reset. We attack the enemy with sword slice. It's loading. And then we can change to Cloud right here. And it attacked John in this case. Perfect. So our flow is currently not working in the second time. So let's see why this is happening. So basically what is happening now is maybe our character target cannot be attacked. So what we are going to do is to create some debug logs to check whether we are able to attack or not. So here in our character data, what we want to do is to check if we are able to attack the target. Right in is attackable, is idle or ready. It might be due to the point of the character states that, as we can see here, John here, the Cloud has a character state of ready, and John in here is still having the character state of attacked. So we should be able to attack with Cloud. but we cannot attack with Cloud as well. It may be due to the character state, because Cloud is targeting John. And because John is being attacked already, then this means that it cannot be attacked. So basically what we want to do is, whenever we have finished attacking the target, is to set back his character state to idle. So what we are going to do here is to go back here in our character state, character data, and see our on was attacked. So let's see, whenever we are calling on was attacked, I am just going to delete my attack standard method and see whenever on was attacked. So yeah, basically whenever we are attacked or we are finished attacking, we want to set our character state back to its normal state. So let's check that one out. In here, we want to set back the character state to be equals to idle again. So let's try this again. I am going to hit play. And then I am going to attack with Cloud first, and remember, Cloud attacks John. Let's see John. Here the character state is idle. So basically what we want to do as well is to store the information of the previous state that the character was. So we want to save the state that the character had before being attacked, basically. So we are going to store here character state before being attacked. And we are going to save this information whenever we queue the attack. Whenever we try to change the state, we will say target dot character state equal to, no, not character state, dot saved state, but we want as well to be able to communicate with that. So I am going to set this public, but we do not want to see this in the inspector. So perfect. So state before being attacked equal to target, or I have another idea. I will delete this and delete this as well, and I will create a public void save player state. State before being attacked equals to our character state. Just like this. And I am going to rename this to saved state. Just like this. And then basically what we are going to do in here is to only call the method called save state. And rename this to save character state. And then basically whenever we have finished attacking, we want to restore that information, but only if the character state is not died. We're going to set this right in here as well. If we are not dead, then this means that we will restore our character state to the saved state. Just like that. Then let's go back here in Unity. Let's wait until finished loading, but we are on idle. And we are ready. So we are select cloud and we are gonna attack John. And as we can see here, John is idle again. Let me, no. I was selecting the other character. So ready, John is ready, so I'm gonna attack. And we attacked the enemy right here. I'm gonna select John. I'm gonna select Cloud. And we are not able to attack again. Let's see why this is happening. We are ready. And the character team is friendly. This may be due to our coroutines not being cleared up correctly, which I think that is the case in here. So let's take care of that right now. So let's go back in our Visual Studio. And in here, in our character data script, we are gonna go to our queue attack. And in here, what we are gonna do is we forgot to stop or clear the attack queue whenever we have finished creating or making the attack. Just like this. So we will save and let's go back in here. And whenever it finishes compiling, let's hit play. So let's wait until it finishes loading. And then I will attack with Cloud, basic attack. And I attacked John. Now with John I will try to attack something. And as well we see that the enemy test was attacked. And I will attack with Cloud again. And I will be able to attack John again. I will try this now with an ability. Okay, so I will attack with ability 2. And whenever we have a bug here that whenever we have selected another ability, it is maintained as selected, as we can see here. So I attack with ability 1, as we can see here. Then attack with ability 2 as well. We want to close the window whenever we try to attack with an ability in here. But for now, let's take care of our enemy AI. So basically what we want to do now is to grab our barrel manager and have a list or an array of our playable characters. So what we are going to do is to create a public character control friendly characters. Now this barrel manager will take care of storing all of our friendly characters. So what are we going to do? And we are going to convert this to a list or maintain it as an array and just getting all of the information at once in the start method. So friendly characters equals to, and what we want to find in here is to store or get an array of all of the friendly characters, which I think will be, we need to convert them to a list to add them at the very start. And in here we are just going to initialize our list. And in here we will just add our friendly characters. So basically to just do this, we are just going to grab this list in here and use a simple lambda expression. We'll first use find all. Then I will write x equals arrow x dot character data dot character team equals to friendly. So basically what this will do is it will find all of the friendly characters that are in the scene and it will set it equal to all of our friendly characters. So let's go back here in Unity and see if it works. And as we can see here, it did not add the values in here. I will try setting another thing up. I will just... Oh, I think what happened. I think I know what happened. We are searching inside the list. We basically want to find objects of type. And we want to find the type of character control in here. So we are finding an objects like this. Dot find. So this is an array. So we just basically will need to change a little bit our data in here. Or just using the toList item like this. So toList like that. And then we are just going to right click, quick actions. And then we are just going to set using system.link. Just like that. And then let's try this again. So let's hit play. And in here we can see all of our friendly characters. And now basically what we want to do is to modify a little bit our character control. So let's go back in our Visual Studio. And in here what we want to do is to create another method that will just attack a random friendly character. So void attack random friendly character. And then we will just implement this information to send this information directly to our character data and implement it directly in our QAttack method right in here. So let's see, whenever we are using QAttack only whenever we are clicking something directly in the UI. So let's go back. I will just go back here in my character control. And I think it will be better if I just set this as a coroutine maybe. And QAttack whenever we are ready always. Only if we are enemy character. So if chart data the character team is equals to enemy, then what we want to do is to wait whenever we are ready. So public enumerator, and then we are just going to yield return null for now. We want to check if our character is ready. So character data dot is ready for action. And if we are ready for action, let me write another if statement in here. Or I can just use yield return new wait until we are ready for action. Like this. Then I will just copy and paste right here. So if we are an enemy, we want to wait until our character data is ready for action. And whenever we are ready for action, we want to select a random friendly target. So basically what we want to do is to create another method here on our barrel manager. And we are going to do public character control random friendly character. And basically what I want to do is to just return a random enemy character, a random friendly character. So get return, and I will return some value that is inside our friendly characters. So return friendly characters, and in here it will be a random range, then the random.range, and in here the minimum will be 0, and then the other value will be friendly characters dot length dot count, like that, -1. And in here we will just return a random friendly character. So let's go back in here, and then we are gonna select that our character data dot target is equal to battle manager dot instance dot random friendly character, and the target needs to be character data, so I am just gonna set dot character data. And then after that, what we want to do after we have selected our friendly target, we want to wait until we have queue an attack. So what we want to do is to just select queue attack, which we can do just right here. So character data dot queue attack, and the ability, we need to select a random ability of our character data. So for now what we will do is to select the basic attack. So character data dot basic attack, and just like that we're gonna select our random friendly target, and then after that we are gonna queue an attack for our basic character. And in here we are just going to set yield return our coroutine in here. So basically the code that I am writing here, this code will be whenever the queue attack has been finished. So basically whenever our character data has finished the queue attack, this code will be run. And since we want to set this to be infinite, we will set while, and then I think we have an ability here and a boolean here that allows us to check our character status, and if not, then we will do some value in here. So let's create another boolean in our character data, and it maybe is alive, which we can use, and just will return get return character state not equal to. So if we are not dead, then we are alive. We might use this in more values, in more of our functions in here. So basically if character state is equal to dead, so is alive, so it is not alive, and in here as well, character state if target dot is alive, is not alive, of course. And we can do that with more of our items, but for now let's go back in here and just set like if our character data dot is alive, then we will repeat all of this code always. And just remember to set at the end a yield return null at the end, just in case. Perfect. So we want to execute this coroutine. I will call this, this will be the attack queue. No, this is a standard attack queue, so I will just create a coroutine. That will be enemy attack behavior. And basically what this will do is just to attack a random friendly character always if this method or this condition is being met. So enemy attack behavior equals to start coroutine. And this coroutine is our attack random friendly character. So now let's save and then let's begin with testing this out. We will clear the target data in here in our enemy character. And then let's hit play to see what happens. Okay, so we had a reference error. Let's see what it is. We do not get the information of the target because the target data does not exist. So what we are going to do now, remember this is still a debug function. And we want to set this, to use this method only for the friendly characters for now. So if character data dot friendly dot character team is equals to friendly, then we will verify this target in here. So let's hit play and see if we get any error. Okay, so our speed limit of our enemy character is too high. So we'll set this to 2 for now. I will pause. Let me see the code if it is correct. If character enemy character data alive. Okay, everything seems good. I'm gonna go back in here. And as we can see here, the enemy attacked Cloud right in here. And it is attacking Cloud every 2 seconds. Because that is the speed limit that we have in here. But we want to clear the target or select a new target every time. So basically, let's see in here. Okay, so the enemy is always selecting Cloud. Let's go back in our script that handles this. So our random friendly character. So the random range. Okay, so basically this is not whenever we are using random range, we need to let it be 1 plus of our array, because this is the last range is not inclusive. So let's try this again. So this time it attacked John, and the next time it attacked Cloud. Perfect. So we now have our system that is able to queue new attacks and to select random enemies from the enemy's perspective. And perfect. It is working. Everything is working fine for now. So this is perfect. So I hope you enjoyed this session, and I will see you in the next one, where we check whenever if we have lost the game or we have won the game. So see you in the next one. Hi, and welcome to session 4.6. In this session we'll begin to handle whenever we want to set the game to be a victory or a defeat. So basically we will gonna start to make a method to know whether a character has died. And then after that, what we are going to do is to check if a friendly character is alive still or a random or an enemy character is alive still. So we're gonna do a public bool here in our barrel manager. And in here, what we are going to do is to just check if a friendly character is alive. And in here, what we want to do is to iterate between all of our friendly characters. So first of all, I will create a flag in here. Friendly alive equals to false for now. And then I am just going to do a simple for loop. And what I'm going to do here is to iterate through all of our friendly characters. Then I am just gonna check if friendly characters dot character data is alive, and I'm gonna set if one is alive, I'm gonna set the friendly alive equals to true. And then after that, what I'm just gonna do is that after we have finished the loop, I will just return friendly alive. So we are gonna do the same thing, or maybe not, to check if we have another character, and in this case is an enemy. So I will just copy this and paste this right here. So friendly character is alive. I will set enemy character alive. I will rename this to friendly character alive, and I will set this to enemy alive. And in here, I just need to get another list. And in this case, this list will be equal to the enemies instead of the friendly characters. And in this case, we do not really need to set this to public right now. So basically, I will just copy this. And in here, enemy characters. And in here, I will just copy and paste this right here. But instead, it will be equals to the enemy dot enemy, and then enemy characters. And we're gonna use that value right in here. Enemy characters, then enemy alive right here. And now what we want to do is to maybe check whether if the game is a victory or if it's a defeat. So public void check match status. And I think I will just do this private for now. And in here we are gonna check if we can give a match status right now. So if a friendly character is alive and enemy character alive is not true, then this means that all enemies were defeated. So we are going to set for now a debug log match 1. And we are going to do another if statement, which will be if friendly character alive is not true, and the enemy characters are still alive, then this means that the enemies won. Like that. So what are we going to do now after we have received our match status is to stop all of our character control behaviors. Because we want to stop all of the coroutines that our character control has. We do not want to have our attack queue and our standard character behavior, which is the Q attack and our character loop in here. So we want to stop the character loop. So let's go back in here. We have our coroutine, but we need to specify in this. So I will just create another coroutine, another public coroutine, which will be the character base loop. And then in here, I will just set this in here, character base loop equals to the character loop. And now basically what we will do is that we will stop all of our loops in here. So I will create a simple method in here, stop all. And in here what we will do is to stop all of the coroutines. So if char count dot character loop is not equal to null, we will stop the character loop. So, but I think we will do this in the other because we cannot stop the coroutine right in here. So I will save the script and go back in here and then just call stop all in here. So character base loop, then I will stop the coroutine, character base loop, and then set the character base loop equals to null. And we will do that as well for the attack queue as well. I will just copy this information right here and do the same for our attack queue. And then as well, I will do the same for the enemy attack behavior. Like that. And then I am just gonna repeat this exact same thing right in here. So the enemy attack behavior, creating this method, we're gonna go back in our battle manager, and in here, whenever we check the match status, I will want to stop all of the character controls and everything. So basically I will just do for friendly characters, and in here I will just stop all of the behavior. So friendly characters, the index I dot stop all. And we will do the same thing for our enemy characters. And I will just create a simple method here, which will be stop all characters. And in here I will just copy and paste right here and call the method in each of the methods right here. We do not want to keep going with all of the behaviors in here. And we may want to change the state to another state, which could be maybe finish, which will be the final state of our character. So back in our barrel manager, in enemy, in stop all characters, in the stop all of character control, we will set to the character to be equals to character state equals to finish. And now let's go back to our character data, and we will do is that we cannot queue an attack if we are on the state of ready or finish, my bad, or character state is equals to, character state equals to finish. If we are on finish, then we will just clear the attack queue because we no longer want to attack. And then let's go back in here in Unity and test everything out. I will just increase the ability of my enemy character to make 50 damage. Just so we can see everything going up faster. So let's wait until it finishes. Then it will attack a character. It attacked John. It attacked Cloud this time. And then it killed Cloud. And as we can see here, the enemy tried to attack Cloud maybe. But because the enemy or the target is trying to attack it but is no longer attackable, then it will never be able to be attackable. But as we can see here, we have is the character is not alive. So basically what we want to do now is to make the character attackable to be, or maybe whenever we are setting the character data, whenever we are selecting a random friendly character, to not select or to check if the enemy or the character data is still alive in here, which I think is our best bet. But first, let's go back in our character data, and as we can see here, we have two duplicated booleans in here. I will just remove the can be attacked, and then let's see if an error appears. Yes, so I will just change this to is attackable, like that. Then let's see what we can do in here in our character control. Basically, we want the target to be still alive. So I think what we can do in here is to check our barrel manager .instance and check if a friendly character is still alive. So let's go back in here in our barrel manager, and I will set this to public, and let's see not friendly character alive. So we are gonna find a character, or what we can do here is to set an if statement, and if a character is alive, then we will set the while loop in here. And while the character target is equal to null, or the character target is not dot character state is not equal, or is equal, because we want to repeat this if these conditions are met. So if the target is null, or the character or the target that we have selected is dead, then this means that we want to set our character data.target to be equal to the character data of a random friendly character. And it will repeat itself until we have got a friendly character. But what if a character, while we are trying to attack this character, is still dead or never gets another target? I think it will be better if we set our friendly character alive inside of this loop. Right here. And if we have found a character alive, then we will set it, and if not, then we will just break everything. And remember that we need to set our yield return null, and as well as in here. So our application does not get paused permanently. Perfect, so we are gonna check if the target is equals to null. We are gonna try and find a friendly character alive and set it up. And we are gonna do the same thing again while this is still being repeated. So let's try this again. Let's go back here in Unity. Let me see in here. Print character alive. Of course, I need to save the script. Let's go back. Hit play. And let's wait until our enemy character kills all of our players. Okay, it killed Cloud. And now it's trying to kill Jan this time. And as we can see here, he killed Jan. And as we can see now, the character state is now ready because his time bar is equal to the maximum, but we have not yet called our final method that we created whenever we want to check the match status. So what we're gonna do now is to create another event in which a character has died. So we're gonna do public Unity event, or maybe this can be private. Let's leave this at private. So on character died. So whenever our character has died, we want to, in here, whenever we have reached this state, it means that our character has died. So on character died dot invoke. And also what we want to do now is to create our void on death default. And in here we are just going to call battle manager dot instance dot check match status. And we're gonna assign the final event right in here. On death default on character death on character died dot add listener to be equals to on death default, just like that. And then let's go back to Unity, and now we should have our states ready. Okay, we get a reference error because our character died is not. Okay, so whenever we are setting up a private Unity event, we need to specify it to be a new Unity event. We need to initialize it first. Okay, now let's try this again. Let's wait until our character kills all of our players. And now it died. Now it should attack John this time. And it killed John, and as we can see here, our match is lost. Now let's try with our character. I will just increase the ability 1 to be equals to 2000 to kill our enemy instantly. And I need to set the character target data to be equals to the enemy character as well. Then I will hit play. And whenever Cloud is able to attack, I will just reduce the speed limit to 1 as well in both characters. Okay, so Cloud, let's attack with Cloud. And as we can see here, we are able to see that the match has been won. And our enemy is on a character state idle, which we do not want. Let's see this thing right here. Character data, the character data state was set to idle because it tried to remove something whenever it is recharging here in our character loop. So let's see right in here if it is not attacked, not equal to attacked, or character state is not equal to died, because it can die inside this loop. So let's check in here. Let's go back to Unity to see what happens. And let's try to kill the enemy now. Match 1. Now let's see our enemy character is set back to idle again. Okay, we might need to check this a little bit further. Okay, so character idle, then this means we are ready. Okay, so basically we do not want to have this right here. Character ready. Then we are going to wait until it's idle. Okay, we might need to take this a better look on the next session. We have our character state ready. We have all of our characters. We have all of our base loops. The only error here is that the character state is not setting up correctly to the died state. Or maybe we can set this at the very end whenever we want to stop the characters, whenever we want to stop them all. Let's see in here, we want to set the character state finish. Okay. Okay, so this might be due to the event that we have in here. So basically what we can do as well is that we want to see if the character state is not equal to died. And then I think it will be better if we just set the character died to set directly the state to be equals to the state of that the character has died on that default. In here, we're just gonna set the character state to be equals to character has died. And this should fix the error. Okay, let's go back in here. Let's try to fix this right now. So we no longer need to be worried about this. As we can see here, the character state is now that it died this time. The friendly character is attacking. Okay, let's fix this last bug in which whenever we have killed the enemy, our character still is attacking. So let's check in whenever we are calling our attacking state. right here, we are setting to be equal to attacking whenever we have finished the attack. And then after that, we are stopping all of the match behavior. So I think that the best bet that we can do in here is that whenever we want to stop all, it should set the character state to finish all of them. So basically, I think what is happening now is that our attacking method in here is getting called too late. We are setting that we are attacking very early in here. So what I'm going to do is that I will change the state to be equal to whenever we are exactly attacking. Right in here, right whenever we see that our target is still alive, then we set that we are still attacking. So let's go back here in Unity and see if this works now. Okay, so I will attack with Cloud. We won the match. And as we can see here, our character state was set to finish as well. And our enemies should be in the state of death. As we can see here, all of the behavior was stopped as well. And everything is working fine. As we can see, whenever we want to attack, we can no longer select anything because we have stopped all of the behavior. Perfect. So this concludes our match reference of whenever we have finished a match. So thank you for watching this session of Game State, and I will see you in the next one where we'll begin to set up our new animations and characters, so it no longer our game is no longer in our UI only. And as well, we will implement our texts right in here as well. So I hope to see you in the next session. Hi, and welcome to session 5.1. In this session, we'll begin to import our characters and create animation controllers for those characters. So basically in here, in our prefabs folder, if you import the package that I gave you, you will see a friendly character and an enemy character. So basically we are just going to import a friendly character in this scene, and we will be able to see this character right here. And now, for now, what I will just do is to just create a new floor. I will just create a cube and increase the size of this cube. And I will just give them a small material, so it is now not too shiny in our scene. So material or materials, like that. And then I will just create another material. So cyan matte, like that. And then you can create any material you want. For this, I will just create a cyanish material or a bluish material, and just put this right on maybe another color, maybe green, a darkish green, just like that. I will make it not too shiny, and then I will just put my character right here. And now, what we are going to do is to create our main test controller. So create an animations folder if you don't have one, and make an controllers folder like that. And then create another animation controller and call it main controller. So we are going to open the main controller here in our animator. And as we can see here, we have this little graph in here. So basically what we are going to do is to graph here our clips. These clips are from mixamo.com, which is a website where you can get awesome animations for your games. So basically what I'm gonna do is to select all of these clips, hit Ctrl D to duplicate, and then after that I am going to rename the file to be equal to the file name right here, because we only want to use the animation. So this is another animation. I will just call it fight or punch limit for this. Then I will delete the files that we are finishing using. So fight idle as well. Then magic heal. This will be a spell that we will use. So Ctrl D to duplicate. Then magic heal. Then let's delete this right here. Then this is another clip, which is just a small casting animation. Magic cast. Then delete the file. Then we are going to use this as well. And the idle as well. Puncher idle. Then the punching as well. I will just grab this model right here. It's a simple jab, so I will just duplicate this and call it jab. And let's see this model right here. This is another limit burst that we will use. So I will delete this now. And then the spellcaster idle. And then this will be our magician limit burst. I will just call it magic limit burst or magic limit. So basically our animation controller will consist in 3 states. Let's create an empty state, which will be the idle state, and then it will consist in another, which will be the standard attack. And then finally one last animation, in which this will be our limit burst. I will just call it limit. And then what I'm going to do is to make a transition back to idle from each limit and attack back to idle, just like that. We are not going to create for now transitions from idle to attack or other type of data. So finally, when we have finished creating this base controller, we are going to create another animation controller, but this time will be an animator override controller. And in here we are just going to create a magician controller. Then we are going to create another one. I'm just going to duplicate this one, and it will be puncher controller. And then let's see what else do we have. We have the puncher. We have 2 punchers and a magician. So I am just going to create another. I am just going to call this for now monk controller. And that's it. And basically what we are going to do in here, in each of our overrided controllers, we're gonna select them all and then drag the main controller right here. just like that. And then after that, what we are going to do is in here we can override or create more controllers. So I am just going to double click my magician controller. And as we can see here, we have these seals right here. So let's grab our main controller, double click it to make sure you have it selected. Then we are going to select the idle, drag a fight idle, then a random limit burst, then a random attack. It doesn't really matter too much, since in here we are able to see the other animation clips that we can use. So selecting our magician controller, we are going to select the magic cast, which should be the attack in here, then the magic idle, which is a spellcaster idle, and then the punch elbow limit is our limit burst. So magic limit right here. And then we are just going to select the monk controller, select one clip, and in here I am just gonna set the fight idle, then the jab, and the punch elbow limit or the other limit if you want. And then finally I'm gonna select the puncher controller and select another clip. In this case I will select the puncher idle, which I think is good in here. And then after that I am just gonna set our other abilities. I will just set the jab again and the other limit burst, which is the punch limit. Now let's see, okay, they have the same punch limit, so I'm gonna set another one, which is the punch elbow limit. Perfect. So what I'm gonna do as well is to make every time we move on another character in here in the scene, we need to make sure that we do not have the apply root motion, because we do not want to move our character around depending on the animation, like this. We do not want our character to move around every animation clip. So now that we have our friendly character, I will just duplicate this 3 times, and I will set this around here like this. And then I am going to deactivate the main canvas so we are able to see better. I am going to set our characters to be touching the ground. And then I am going to duplicate this again. Or maybe instead of duplicating it, I will just move on with our characters and import our enemy characters now. So right here, and we need to add another controller. I will just put the main controller for now and then duplicate them 3 times or 2 times, it doesn't matter. And then we will have, this will be equivalent to our main characters, and this will be equivalent to our enemy characters. I will just move the camera to be facing right here. So right click select our main camera, then game object, and align with view, like that. And if we hit play, remember to activate your canvas again, we will be able to see that our characters have the idle animation, which is perfect. We will change some of our controllers that we have, so if of our characters do not look all the same. So I will just call this monk, and I will just call this puncher, then I will just call this magician. Then I am going to change the animated controller accordingly. Monk, puncher, and then magician.
like that, and then our other characters, I will just set them to be a random enemy character, a random controller. So one will be a magician and the other one will be a puncher. And then let's hit play and see how they look like. Perfect, so we have our puncher here and we have our other animations here. So as you can see here, our animations are not really idling, as we can see here. So what we are going to do is to grab our clips, select all our idles, or select one idle and make them select to be equal to loop time in here. So they are able to loop every time. And then we are just going to set the loop pause as well. Perfect, so let's hit play. And then all of our animations should be all working correctly, which is exactly what we want. Perfect, so lastly what I will do is to add another entry into our, or not add another entry, or in here in our character control, we want to have in our character data to have our state, which will be our public animator, which we will use. So public animator, character animator, like that. And maybe what we can do here is maybe we'll later move on to be right in here. But for now, let's leave it as it is. Okay, perfect. So now we have our character animator field in here. So what are we going to do now is to select all of our characters in here and add our character control script. And you can fill all this information whenever you want, or unfill it with whatever you want as well. And lastly, what I want you to do as well is to import a set of particles that we will use for our magician. So just basically import our Unity particle pack 5.x. You can find it for free in the asset store, and then after you have finished downloading it, be sure to hit the import button. And in here you will be able to see a new folder called effect examples, in which we will use for our magician. So in the next session we'll begin to implement our animation controllers and everything that is related to animations and particles to our main combat loop. So I hope you enjoyed this session, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hi, and welcome to session 5.2. In this session we will begin to set up all of our animations and particles to be inside our main combat loop. So first of all, what we want to do is to be able to target our current enemy with a simple click and have a small mark above their heads in which we know which character we want to attack. So what we are going to do is to create a method to be able to know whenever we are clicking our main enemy character. Let's create in here a box collider right in here. So we are able to see that we are going to increase the center in here to 1 maybe, and then just increase the size a bit. We only need this to be able to know whether we are clicking this object. And we will copy this component, go back to our other character. We will right click or click another of these icons in here and paste component as new. And as well, what we want to do is to delete all of our other characters that we have that do not have a solid model, like this. And then after that, what we will do is to add the character control data, and we will fill this up later on. So here in our character, enemy character, what we will do is to add another character control right here and make them sure that they are on the enemy team. And then after this, what we will do is to go back to our character control script, and we will create a simple method that allows us to click on this item. So we will do public or void on mouse down, like this. So let's hit click, and then I am just gonna hit a simple debug log to know whether this object has been clicked. So I will just print here out the GameObject.name. Dot clicked. Then save. And we only want to do this if we are if character data, if we are an enemy character. So if character data.character team is equals to friendly, we are going to return like that. Then let's go back in here and let's see and let's check it out if we are able to click on these items on the enemy characters. And we get a reference error. Let's see what it is. Character data, and in here we are referencing the target. This is because we do not and longer have a target the first time whenever we are selecting something. So for now we are just going to get rid of this. We are going to comment it out. So let's go back to Unity again. Let's hit play. And we get, I think, another reference error. Let me see. Yes. It is because we have not set our character UI in this case. So let me see this. Character UI, physics UI. Let me see this out. Magician. Character name, physics UI, physics UI. Okay, so basically the error was that our current speed is equal to the maximum speed. So whenever we want to start, what is happening is that we are trying to attack something, but all of our data is not yet initialized. So be sure that you have the current speed equal to 0. So let's hit start. And as we can see here now, everything is fine. And now we are able to test whether we are able to click on a character. And as we can see here, we are able to know in which enemy character we have clicked, which is perfect. So basically we will use this data to make our current character or our current ready character. Remember that whenever a character is ready, we are able to select, or we need to be able to select a character, since we are no longer able, since we do not drag and drop our target data in here. So basically what we are going to do now is to go back in our character control, and in here on mouse down, what we will do is to make our current character to select this as a target. So we'll use barrel manager .instance.select character, and we're gonna select this .character data. We will remove this, and then we should be able to select our current character. So let's go back to select character, and in here we are selecting the character, new character. We are selecting this character. We are selecting the same character to be able to attack, but this is not really what we want exactly. So we'll create another public void. It should be select character target. And basically what this will be is that we will grab our current selected character. So I will just paste this right here, and here I will put target, and I will check if our current character is not null. So if current character is not equal to null, we will make our current character dot target data, which is this thing right here. Let me see, target data. Current character, we need to grab our, okay, let me see what is going on in here. Character control, target data. This is what we are using for now. Let me see, which I think was never being used, so I will just delete this data right here. So let's go back now in here. Current character dot character data dot target equals to the target, like that. And in here we are gonna go back to our character control and change our method that we were using, and it will be dot select character target, and in this case, well, it will be this character data. And then we want to check it to check if if this character that we have just selected is ready for action. So if current character dot is ready dot character data is ready for action, if it is ready for action, then it means that we can set the target. We also will need to check whenever we want to attack. So our abilities or everything else, we are not able to attack instantly. So basically we're just gonna go back in here. And we will later change this a bit. I will just reduce our one character to be the speed limit to be equals to 1. So it finishes loading, then we attack, but we have not yet selected an enemy. So we want to make sure that we have a target first. So if current character dot target is not equal to null, if it is not equal to null, then we can continue. Oops. Then we can continue to execute the code. So let's hit play again. Attack, we are ready to attack, but we are not yet have selected a target. So what we are going to do now is to, and if we select one, we are able to attack that target, as we can see there. So, which is perfect. Now what we are going to do is to make our text in here to appear our current ability that we used. So let's go back in here in our UI manager. We're going to create a new public void, set ability text, and in here we are just going to pass through a string, which will be the ability name, av name. So in here we need to make another reference, which will be our ability text. So right here I will just create public text, ability text, and then another one which will be public text, enemy of text, which will be in this case whenever we want to set the enemy window or enemy text. So ability texts. So let's go back in here and let's say that we want to make a switch statement. Whenever we want to set an ability, we want to check our character team. So we will create a switch statement, which will be the team. And in here, if it is friendly, then we want to change the ability text. So text ability text to be equals to the app name. And in the case that it is an enemy, then enemy app text.text equals to the ability name as well. Perfect. So we will use this ability whenever we want to attack something. So let's go back in our character data, and whenever we want to queue an attack, in here, whenever we are attacking, we want to set this data. So set ability text, we want to set the ability text that we are going to pass through in here. So ability name, and then our team, which is just our current character team. And we want to clear the data, the text, later on after we have finished attacking, but we are not going to do that right now. So let's go back in here. Let's let it to wait a little bit. Okay, perfect. Let's try this again. And then we have selected, and we have not some abilities, and we get another error. So let's see. Yes, which have not selected our current texts right here. So let's go back to our manager in here, and we will select our enemy action UI to be equals to the enemy app text, and then let's search for our information right here, which is a character action canvas. So I will go back to my manager and drag and drop the text right there, and then I will fill up some information related to our players. I will just add some abilities. So I am just going to go back here into my monk. I'll just set this jab or punch, and in here I will just add two abilities. One will be the limit burst, and the other one, which I think with the limit burst I will create another entry for this. So I will just create one ability, which will be punch 2. The cost of the value, then the mana cost, it is melee, and then the output is damage. I will do the exact same thing here. I will just fill more information, and I will pause the video and I will fill out all of this information. Okay, so basically what I did was I added a basic attack, which was name punch. The mana cost is 0, and another character ability, which is punch face. And the puncher, I will just added another basic attack named jab, and just fill some more information in here, as you can see in here. And then the magician, I just added the basic attack to be a fireball, and then another character ability, which is named heal, which is ranked, and the output is to heal. And then in our character control, what I did was just name a basic attack, which will be punch for our puncher, and then our other enemy was another magician, so I just added a basic attack called fireball. So what we are going to do now is to start implementing all of our animation controllers. So what I'm going to do now is to I am just going to grab my character animator. I will move this around right to our character control. And it will be at the very above of our script. And in Awake, what I'm going to do now is to set this information to be character animator to be equals to get component animator. This will get the animation controller right at the start. So what are we going to do now? Is to, whenever we want to do our basic attack, we want to call the base animation that it is called attack. And for this, it is very simple. I will just create another method in here in our character control. I will call it public void attack animation. And in here I will just grab the animation controller, character animator, I think I name it, yes, dot play, and in here we need to select our state name and the layer. So our state name is called attack, and then the layer is called, or the layer is the layer 0. And then what we want to do is to create another public void, which will be the limit burst animation. Like that. I will just copy this and add this right here, and I will just change this to limit. So let's go back in our character data, and whenever we want to queue an attack, whenever we are starting attacking, we want to grab our character data that we have in here, char count, dot attack animation, like this. And then after this, what we want to do is to add another ability data in here, which will be our limit burst. This will be our limit burst ability. And then we want to have another we will need to modify a little bit our UI for whenever we want to activate our limit burst. So let's go back in here in our main canvas. Right in our action canvas, we want to add another button, in which will be just to activate our limit burst. I will just accommodate this a little bit better. This is our ability on click event, and this is our limit burst. So right in here, I will just do, instead of setting, or we need to modify this a little bit. So the attack just does a basic attack. The abilities window here just activates our abilities canvas. And then our limit burst, we do not want to activate anything. You do not want to fill the ability window. We just want to do the basic attack on target for Battle Manager, or instead of grabbing all of our data in here, what we want to do is to create another method. I will just copy everything here, paste this right here, and do limit burst attack on target. And in here I will just pass through, instead of the basic attack, I will pass through the limit burst. And then after that, what we want to do is to add a particle system. I will just set this to be public game object attack particle. This will only be used in the magician for now. So let's go back here in our character data. And then as we can see here, our ability is our exact same thing. We are not yet checking since we want to do a different animation whenever we want to kill an attack. So we need to check if the ability is not equal to the limit burst. So if it is not equal to the limit burst, what we want to do is to do our attack animation, and if it is our limit burst, we want to do our character controller dot limit burst animation, just like that. And now let's test this with a character. I will just rename this to be limit. So in here, limit, and then we need to select here our limit burst. We will drag and drop our manager, then drag our manager and do LB attack on target. Now let's check this out in here in our barrel manager. And let's see our do LB attack on target. This will start a coroutine to queue on a standard attack, which will be the character limit burst. So let's begin to fill up all of the information for our limit burst. I will just do punch, strikes, melee, mana cost is 0, the type will be melee as well, and the attack particle will be empty. Then let's go back to our puncher. I will just call it punch strikes again because I can't come up with another name for now. So mana cost again 0, melee and damage, and the magician will be the limit burst, plasma, bolt. The damage will be 20. I think I should increase the damage as well in our other values in here. So the magician will be plasma bolt, and in this case we will set the attack particle for our plasma bolt and our fireball. So effect examples, I will grab out my fire explosions, and I will just grab the plasma explosion in my magician. So right in here, the plasma explosion will be the limit burst attack particle, and then the other small explosion will be the basic attack. Since I do not really have a particle for my healing, I will just leave it as it is for now, or you can try and grab another particle effect in here. You can maybe use the smoke effect for now. And we also need to check whenever we are ready to do an LB basic attack. So in here, instead of ready for action, what we will do is it will be public ball is ready for LB, and it will be the exact same thing, but instead of checking the default time, we will check the LB points, LB limit. So limit burst, let me see what it is called, max LB points, like that. Then let's go back to our barrel manager, and is ready for limit burst. Perfect. So one last thing that I want to do is to have a small marker above a head that we want to use for knowing the character that we want to attack. So I will just create a new cube in the scene, and I will reset the position, and I will set the will reduce a bit the scale, maybe to 0.5 in all axes. And then what I want to do is to maybe I will increase to 0.2. Yeah. And this will be responsible for knowing which character to attack. So let's go back in here in our barrel manager, and I will create new methods that will be public void set target graphic position. And this, what we'll basically do is that it will grab the character control and it will set the position of our cube. I will create a new public game object graphic cube. And what this will do basically is that we will grab our basic cube, so transform dot position equals to the target dot transform dot position, but we also want to be able to see it above their head. So I will just create a new vector 3, will be the target position, or what else, or yeah, vector 3 dot position transform dot position dot y plus 4, and then after that again target dot transform dot position dot c, like that. And we want to call this method whenever we have selected on character target. So in here I will do set target graphic position, and here we are just going to set the target. Then character chart control, like that. And now what we want to do as well is to set all of this information in the inspector. So target cube, at the start I will just move the cube to be so we are not able to see the cube. So back in our manager I will drag and drop our graphic cube. So let's hit play. Now let's select a character, and the cube is very above right in here, so I will just reduce the height. So right in here in our barrel manager I will reduce the position, maybe back like this, and see where the cube lands now. Okay, so I will just increase it by 2. And see how it looks now. Perfect. So this looks very nice. Okay, so now what I want to do is to rename all of our characters so we are able to see their correct name. So puncher, and then magician in here. So I will hit play. So we have the monk, then the puncher, the monk, the puncher is in the middle. I will just switch the position of the puncher and the magician so we do not confuse us too much. So I am gonna hit play. And then I am just gonna attack with the monk and select a character. I attack the monk, then I will select the puncher, then attack. But the or the magician, let me see what is going on in here. Puncher, attack. Okay, so we have a small bug in here. Let me modify a little bit our values of the current limit burst points. And I will make that our enemy characters cannot attack. So in here I will just set the enemy characters speed limit to be equals to the maximum or to 10,000. Okay, so I will select this character in here, select my monk, and I will make my magician. Let me move this right here. I will make my magician to have a speed limit of 10,000 as well. So now I will select the monk, select this character, attack, and then select the puncher and attack again, and we are not able to attack. So I will pause here and see this character is idle. But this is happening because the graphic is still on whenever we select another character. So what we want to do now is to, whenever we have selected another friendly character, to change the graphic to each current target, and if it does not have a target, to make it disappear. So let's do that right now. So in our barrel manager, what we will do is to go back to our, whenever we are calling our side graphic position, we want to set this as well whenever we select another character in here. And instead of setting directly the target in here, what I will do is to select the friendly position or the friendly character, and from there we are going to grab the target. So in here, character control, we are going to grab the friendly or the char control. And then in here I will just create a new variable, char target, to be equals to the char control dot character data dot target. And in here I will just create our chart target. I will just paste this whenever we are trying to call, and of course we want to graph our char count like that. Perfect. So after this, what we want to do is, whenever or if we do not have a target, so if char control the character data dot target is equal to null, we want to deactivate graphic cube. Otherwise, then this will take place, and of course activating the cube as well. So I will just create a new void in here called cube or graphic select status. And then after this, what I'm just going to do is to make our graphic cube dot set active equals to the status in here. So status right there. So whenever we successfully select something, we want to select the graphic cube status to be equals to true. Otherwise, what we are going to do is to deactivate our graphic cube, and we will call this method again whenever we select a character in here. So I will just and as well, what we want to do is to do our current character instead. So current character, just like that, and as well as in here. So now let's check out what happens now. So let's go back in here, and now what we will do is to hit play. And now let's select our monk, and let's select our puncher. And as we can see, because the puncher does not have a target, it gets deactivated, and if we select back our monk, our character graphic is changed back. So I will attack and select my puncher, and I will attack. I will attack again. And this is working perfectly. I will use my ability punch face. And it used the same ability that we had. Let me see here. So I will select the animator. We selected the attack. We have idle, attack, and then limit. Okay, perfect. So let's try this again now, but with our limit burst. So I will hit play. And then select my monk. And I first need to fill up my limit burst. So I will just go back here in my inspector and fill it manually. And then I will hit limit. Monk. Then limit. Okay, so there is something happening here. Let me see. I will attack first. Oh yeah, I need to select my target, then limit. And as we can see here, our character does its limit burst, which is perfect. Then I will attack again. And whenever we do our limit burst, we also want to remove our limit bar. So let's go back in our character data. Whenever we are calling our limit burst attack, right in here, I think, do LB attack on target. So yeah, whenever we have finished attacking with our limit burst, we want to remove all of the current limit burst points. So current character dot character data dot current LB points equals to 0. And then we want to update the limit burst UI as well. Let me see what it is called. Clean ability window, set mana, spawn row, mana needed. Let me see in here, default row UI. Cities on the character data maybe. Perfect. So now let's see if our general flow, or I think before we begin with our general flow, what I want to do is to here in our character data, whenever we have finished the attack or we are attacking the target, we want to I want to instantiate the particle effect directly on the enemy. So what I will do is to create a private void in here to be spawn spell particle. So what I will do in here is to select that if our ability. I will just require an ability in here. So if the ability dot particle is not equal to null, and after that I want to check as well if the ability is ranked. So ability dot type is equals to ranked, and if this is met, then we want to spawn the particle directly on the target. So I will just require a character control in here, which will be the spawn point of our particle. So what I will do is to game object temp particle equals to instantiate, and of course we need to instantiate the particle in another character control, in our character control, because this is not a mono behavior. So I will just move directly this method or another method in here, which will be public void spawn particle on target, and this will require the character control, and we will directly spawn the particle in here, and we need to send the data of the particle as well. So in here what I will do is to spawn the particle directly on our character control. Spawn particle on target, then I will send back our ability or the target of our character. So target dot character control, and in here it will just be the ability dot attack particle, like that. And then after this, what I want to do is to in here directly spawn the particle. So game object temp particle equals to instantiate. We are going to instantiate a particle, and then after that what I'm going to do is to temp particle dot transform dot position equals to the character control dot transform dot position, just like that. And we want to set the position to be equals to the middle of the character. So what I will do is I will grab the information of my battle manager and grab my data whenever I am moving or setting this right here. So spawn particle on target, I will just set to be equals to, I will just cut and paste this right here, and then what I will just do is to change this to my character control. that we passed in here. So we will instantiate the particle, then we will change the particle position, and then what we want to do as well is to destroy the particle. So temp particle, but we want to destroy it after we have got the information of that particle. So I will just get our I will call particle system particle component equals to the temp particle dot get component particle system. And then what I will just do is that I will destroy the particle component after we have finished creating this. So after the main particle has been finished. So particle.main.duration. And this should spawn the particle directly on the enemy. So let's go back in our queue attack in here, and then in here whenever we start attacking we want to call the spawn particle, and remember that the spawn spell particle will only be called whenever the ability is ranked and it is a spell and it is a particle. And it has a particle. So let's go back in here. And now what I will do is to check this particle. I will make sure that the enemy magician has a particle as well. So a fireball, and then the enemy character does not have a limit burst, but it doesn't really matter. It will never use it anyways. So here in our magician, okay, perfect. So I will hit play, and in this case I will try to use a limit burst or the particle of the magician. So I will change the speed limit to 1. And now what I will just do is to select my magician and make an attack. And select, of course. And it didn't spawn the particle system. So let me see here. The main attack. Oh yes, it is melee, so I will change back to ranked, and I will try again. Okay, I will select the magician and attack again after we have selected our target, and it was called again, which is perfect, but it looped some time, which is not really what I want. So I will grab my 2 explosions, my particles, and remove the looping checkbox in here, as well as the plasma explosion, and the particle was above, really above of the character. So what I will do is to just adjust the spawn particle on target to be 0. I want it to spawn directly on the target. So I will select the magician, then attack. And I really want to spawn the particle after I have finished calling the or linking this with the animation. And as we can see, the particle was still getting repeated. So what I will just do is to grab my small explosion and remove the looping in each of the child components. And I will do the same in my plasma explosion as well in here. So I will try this again. And I will do this exact same thing, but with the limit burst instead. I will manually increase the limit burst points, select the magician, then the abilities, or the limit burst, sorry. After we have selected the target, then limit, which is perfect. So what I will just do now is to link the particle effect with the animation event. So to do this, we want to select the magician, select the magician controller, then in the limit burst in here, I want to... This is not the magician, let me see what this is. Oh yeah, because we are using the main controller, so I will just grab the magic cast, magic limit, and then in here, I want to call the animation in the frame 50. So what I will just do is to grab the attack or grab the punch limit in our magician, and in the magic limit I will call, remember it's in the frame 50 that I want to call the animation. So I will just add an event here, and in here we are able to see all of the methods that we have, and in here we can see to call the limit burst animation. So let's do this in here, and let's check back in here. So basically what we want to do is to spawn. This handles all of the spawning of the particle. So I will just go back in here and remove, or let me see what we can do in here, since we cannot really pass information directly on this right here, because if I select this spawn particle on target or limit burst animation, let me see when this is being called. So limit burst animation, this right here, we are playing the animation and we want to spawn the particle on the target. So I think what is best to be able to spawn our spell particle, what we'll do is to cache all of these values. We will cache the last item or target whenever we want to spawn the target or the attack, and the ability and the last ability that we used. So I will create a new data in here. I will do character control cached target, and then after that I will just do an ability which will be last ability used, and I will set all of these values right in here whenever we want to spawn the particle. So cached target equals to the target, and then target.char control, and then after this I will just set the last ability used equals to the ability that we are using in here, and I will remove this value here to spawn the spell particle. I will completely remove all of the information in here. Maybe I will just comment this for now. And then what I will do is, instead of sending all of the spawn particle effects in here, what I will do is to remove these values in here, and in here send the cached target, and in here the last ability used. Let's see, spawn particle dot attack particle, and I will just set the stuff in here, and then I will want to use this right here instead, or in here when I am using the spawn particle on target, removing or well, because we want to use directly this information, we want to remove these values in here. And I think since, okay, let me think. Okay, perfect. I know. So I will just set this as public. And move this right here into my character control. And in this, what I will just do as well is to hide the information in the inspector. So we are not able to see this information in here. And then in here, I will just set char control dot like that. And then in here, in our spawn spell particle, I will cut this value in here, and I will go back to my character control. And we want to combine the information that we got from this method right in here. And we want to set the character control. This is our ourselves. So we want to call this method. So I will just delete this line in here. I will cut this and paste this inside of here. And then what I will do is to use the last ability used dot particle, and in here I will just, in here this is the cached target. And we don't no longer need to worry about anything else, because this will be called as an animation, and the animation can only be called whenever we can attack. So what I will just do in here is to, in this magic limit, I will use the spawn particle on target. And then I will just do the exact same thing on the other clips. So we want to spawn the particle right here. So spawn particle on target, I will add the event. Then spawn particle on target. And then after that, I will just do the exact same thing, which I think it is, yeah, it is done, it is completed. So perfect, I will hit play and see what happens. So in this case, we are gonna focus on the magician. Let's attack. Perfect. So now let's increase our limit burst. Select then limit burst. On the magician limit burst. Okay, let me see. Oh, we increase another thing. So current limit burst. Select then limit. Perfect. So this is looking really nice. Now, what I want to do as well is that whenever we are attacking something or setting an ability, we are not really removing more of our mana. We are not really removing mana. And we got an error in here because we were able to call the ability in here whenever we had not a target. So let's go back here in our attack queue. And what I will just do is that if the character is not null and the character data dot target, we can grab the target, the catch target as well, but I will grab the character data dot target is not equal to null. Or what we can do now as well is to set the information directly in the attack queue. We can check if the target is not null directly in our queue attack. So I think it will be better so to not create more if statement whenever we want to call an attack. So here in our queue attack, if we are not alive and null of this, and also if the target is not equal to null, target, okay, perfect. Because if it is null, what we want to do is to clear the attack queue as well. And what we also want to do is that whenever we have selected some ability UI, we want to be able to deselect the other one. So basically what we will do in here is in the else statement here, we want to make our ability index or this exact same button to be able to not be selected. So is selected equals to false. Now to test this, to see if it works, what I will do is to make our how do you call it? We will make one more ability in a character. I will call it the same. Save this in. And now let's hit play to see if our abilities are being populated. So I will select my monk, then abilities, select punch face, and then select the other, and then select the other, and we should not be able to attack directly, which is a bug in here. What you want to do is to deselect all of our other ability UIs whenever we have selected on the other ones. So what I will just do is on our UI manager, I will just do another method that we will call public void deselect other ability UIs. And in here I will just pass through an ability UI, which will be this object in here. So ability UI, this ability, this UI. And basically what we will do is a simple for each. And what we will do in here is to grab all of the ability UIs that exist in the scene. So ability UI, and we will check if the item is not equals to this UI. Then we will set the item dot deselect or set the isSelected to false. Like this. Perfect. So whenever we want to call the onPointer down, what we want to do is to call the UI manager .instance.deselect other abilities UI, and in this we're just going to pass through this. Now let's go back in here. And then let's wait. I will select the monk, the abilities, and of course I need to do something else to remove the previous fix that did not work in here. just in case. And I will hit play again. And then now I will select my monk abilities, punch face, and as we can see here, the other ones are being deselected, which is perfect. And if I double click and I do the punch face ability, then I will select the magician and make the attack. And as we can see here, the fireball or the last attack that we did is being shown in here. I'll do another fireball. Perfect. Awesome. So what I want to do as well is to test all of our flow. So here in our enemy characters, I will just change the speed limit to be equals to 3, and as well to our enemy puncher. So let's see whenever they can attack us. So let's wait, they are still recharging, and they did a fireball. So both of them attack the monk at the same time. This is because they have the exact same time. So I will just set them to 2 and the other one to 3. So let's wait until an enemy attacks us. Okay, so this. Perfect. The other enemy attacked us as well. And they are attacking the exact same enemy. Okay. And whenever the character dies, what you can do is to... It is not really recommended to being able to destroy the game object, because this will remove some flows. So another thing that we can do is to... Okay, so I want to attack a character that wants to attack me. Okay. Okay, so basically what is happening here is that our flow, or whenever we want to call the another enemy event or unity event, that whenever we have started with our animation of attacking, we want to set our other or the character state to be equals to attacking, because as you remember in here in our character data, all of this information is happening instantly, and we are not really using yet our animation events. So this is what we will take care of. So we have now imported our characters, and we are using our Unity events, our animation events inside of the fight, which is perfect. Now in the next session, what we will do is that we will test everything thoroughly, and we will fix some of the errors that we might have, and just general playing around with our project. So I hope to see you in the next session. And now finally, I hope to see you in the final session. Hello and welcome to session 6. This will be the last session, and we will just be focusing on making some small improvements and just general polishing. So what we will first do is that we'll hit play in our Unity project, and we will begin to test the functionalities in here. So first of all, we left up our action canvas enabled, so I will just disable it. Then I will just make sure that whenever we are attacking, we want to set that up as our so the Q attack really has the correct functionality that we want. So whenever we are attacking, so let's go back here in our Unity clips. Our animation clips, whenever we make a jab or an standard attack, we want to create another method in here which will set our character state to attacking and the target state to attacked, but in this case it will be a little bit different because we will time this directly to the animation events. So what we will do now is that we want to create new methods in here to be called public void attacking target. And also we want to do another public void called finished attacking target. So basically what we will do now in here is that we will grab our character data, we will change the character state to be equals to attacking, and also we want to set the character target, so character data dot target dot character state equals to attacked. And in here what we want to do is to remember that we set our saved state for the target in here, right in here. So we want to change this to and move it directly onto our character control that we have in here. So what we will do is that right in here we will save the character state. So character data dot target dot save character state, and whenever we have finished attacking the enemy, we want to call the, well, I think, let me see right in here. Okay, so whenever we have finished attacking, character attacked, if he is not dead, then we, okay, so basically we do not need to call finished attacking target. We will just call the attacking target, and we will just comment as well some of the functionalities that we have set in here. So we will comment this out and comment this out as well. So I will just set a yield return new wait until, and I will wait until we are on the attacking state. So char control dot character, no, our character state should be equals to attacking. Whenever we are attacking, then we can continue with the other flow. And then we want to link this attacking target information to our animation events. This will need to be called every time and on all of the animations. The limit burst as well, we want to do the exact same thing. Attacking target. And the elbow limit, let's do that again in here. So attacking target. Do not need to worry to do that thing every time. Magic cast. So perfect. Spellcaster idle. Okay, perfect. So what we will do as well is now let's save this in and let's test this out again. And now what I will do first of all is I will go back to setting my speed limit to 1 and other enemy to 2, and let's see if I can attack a target that wants to attack me. So I will select my monk and select this character, and I will try to attack it whenever he is attacking someone. So I will wait a little bit, and it is not increasing the current speed. Okay, let me see why. Okay, I will hit play. Okay, so it is trying to attack, and the other character is trying to attack as well. Now let's see why it is stuck at the character state of trying to attack. So we are waiting until the target is attackable. I will create a debug login here, which says that the target attackable. Then let's see if it is getting to that point. Okay, target attackable, perfect. So it got to that point. Now let's move this out to here. So we are waiting until the character state is equal to attacking. But because of our animation not being called directly, we are not really getting onto this animation. So basically we just need to move out these methods in here, right above in here. So this will set it that we are able to attack again, or we are able to attack in here. So let's save and test this out. Okay, so it attacked and it attacked again. I will select this and wait until he is attacking. And we should not be able to attack whenever he is attacking. And he is not attacking right now. Let's see why that is happening. So both of the enemy characters are ready to attack. Okay, let's pay close attention again to the character state of the enemy. Okay, so it is idle and it is ready. But I think that what is happening is that the current speed is not currently being preset. So what are we going to do here is that whenever we are damaging someone, we want to reset our current timer that we have for the current limit or the current time. So basically what is happening is that we are invoking the onAttack queue right here, which is alright, but what is happening is that whenever we are doing this, whenever we queue the attack, we are instantly setting our current speed back to 0. So let's see this down right now. So whenever this will attack, it will instantly be recharging the current speed, which directly affects the flow really bad. So what we want to do is to be able or queue or modify the onAttack queue so that whenever we are attacking, to not regenerate the timer. So here in our character loop, what we are going to do is that we are going to wait until we are trying to attack or the character state is not equal to attacking, basically. So now let's try this again. And let's see this character that it is the first one to attack. Okay, so it attacked and it was set to ready again. Okay, so I will try this again. We are calling this right here. We should wait until we have finished attacking. So if we are not attacking and not, I will set this to both because otherwise it's gonna get overridden. So let's see now. Idle now, then it is back to ready again. Okay, let's go back and see what is happening here. Okay, so we are waiting until we are able. So if we are not trying to attack or not trying to attack, this should not get called. Okay, so what is happening is that we forgot in here that we had a to-do that we want to set this directly in animation events. So what we will do here in our character control is that we actually want to set this or change this, our character state, to whenever we have finished attacking. So character data, the character state equals to idle or character state.idle whenever we have finished attacking, and we will delete the information in here. So whenever we are attacking, we will wait until we are idling to go back to our current flow in here. So what we have to do now is to go back into our animation events. Here in our attacks, we want to call this one frame before we have finished. So we will create another event and we will call finisher attacking target. And we will do this exact same thing at the very end of all of the one frame before we are finishing attacking, or when the animation is going to finish. So finisher attacking target. We will do the exact same thing for the other animation events that does not have this thing. So I will add another event, finisher attacking target. Then with the magician as well. So right here is when we have finished attacking the target. So new Unity event, finisher attacking target, and the magic limit as well. And then let's check out our other events to see if they are working correctly. And now let's try this again. Okay, so it is attacking, idle, attacking, idle, attacking, idle, perfect. But here our magician was stuck. So it may be due to we forgot to implement the animation event right here. Maybe in the magic limit. I will move this one frame or two. And I will try this again. So it is idle, it is attacking, it must have finished attacking. Okay, and it got stuck. let's see our clips that we have. So we do not want to have more. Puncher idle, magic limit, magic cast. Okay. Yeah, we had the finished attacking target in here. Magic cast. Finished attacking target as well. Okay, so I started analyzing what is happening here in the attack for the magician, and let me show you what is happening in here. So basically, whenever our magician is going to attack, as we can see here, the animation never gets completed. So what we want to do as well in here is to modify the transitions back, so that whenever we want to go back to our other state, it is when the previous state has been finished. And we're gonna do the exact same thing here in our other events right here. And since we are only using one of our controllers, we do not need to do all of this every time. So let's try this again and see if it works now. So let's pay close attention to the magician. It is attacking, finished attacking, and it went back to idle. And all of our enemies should be able to attack now correctly. And they are attacking our characters now, which is perfect. You might be able to link the damage directly to animation events if you want as well. So now that we are dead, we are not able to attack with our monk. And whenever our other characters are dead, we are not able to attack with them as well, which is exactly what we wanted. Now lastly, what I'm going to do is to remove our enemy action UI. I want to remove all the text that it is in here, as well as the character action canvas. Now I will test this out to see if everything is working fine. So I will just wait. I will select this and then attack it. I attacked it, my monk. I will attack again with the monk, selecting the target, the magician. I will queue the attack with the magician to this. I queue the attack. And what I also want to do is that the time or the UI is getting updated whenever we have finished all of the animation flow. So what I'm going to do now is to go back in here and then go back here in our script into our attack queue event. So if here is we are not alive or the character state is trying to attack, this means we are trying still to attack, or the target is null, then we clear the attack queue. Then if we are trying to attack, we set this to trying to attack, then we call the on attack queue. And then in here we are setting the ability text. I will just delete this right here. I want to see whenever we are calling or updating the UI. So in here we are waiting until the target is attackable, but we want to set the current speed in here and we want to update it as well. So char UI dot update time bar, and this should update the time bar to our current speed. to the correct value. Right in here. And then what we want to do as well is we are waiting until the character is attackable. But whenever we're trying to attack, we do not want to directly clear the attack queue. We just want to make it able so that we do not call this function right here. So what we will do now is that I will cut that method right there. Then I will check whenever we are trying to queue the attack. We are trying to queue an attack in here. So right in here as well, we have a lot of values in here. So what we want to do, or what we can do in here, is that whenever we are trying or making a new boolean to see if we can queue the attack. So public bool can queue attack. It will be a get. Then we will return if we are trying to attack or if our attack queue is equal to null. So, or the attack queue is equal to null. We want to grab the char count dot attack queue, and then we can use this boolean right in here. So we will just go back in here, can queue attack, and of course we want to grab the charger data. Missing here, charger data. Then let's go back in here. So we'll do the exact same thing right in here. Current character dot character data dot can queue attack. Then onto this part again. If the current character dot character data dot can queue attack. And then in here, well, we are just waiting if we can, whenever we have finished queuing the attack. So let's go back in here and see if this works now. And the queue is not stopped. So I will focus on a magician. Let me see what happened in here. So character control, the character data is equal to null. Character data, the target is equal to null. So target graphic position. Okay, so it is being called directly from the enemy character. So let me check back in here. And of course we want to check if the character team is equals to friendly. I'm gonna focus on the magician now. And let me see what happened in here. Set graphic position. Let me see in here. Select character. Okay, so I think it will be better if I just do a debug log. Okay, so whenever we were passing in the character, it was null. So what I did here is in our set graphic position method in our barrel manager, I wrote if character control is equal to null, then we will return this function and not execute this function at all. So I will go back here in Unity. And let's try to focus now, or trying to target an enemy that is trying to attack me, or attack something. And we could not because the target was not attackable. But our flow is working fine. So I will just take a last look at our attack queue method. It's right in here. In our attack queue, let's take a final look at this. So we are queuing the attack, and if we are not alive, or our state if equals to finish or the target is equal to null, then we will clear the attack queue. Okay, so I took a little bit of a small look at the code, and the error was in which we are trying to check if the target is attackable, and we are checking if it is attackable as well inside of our queue attack. So what we want to do now is that we want to queue the attack whenever we are only ready. So I will just cut this code right here in our barrel manager to basic attack on target, and replace it if the target is attackable. I will remove that part of the code right there, and I will do the exact same thing whenever we are trying to queue an attack. So we will do the exact same thing whenever we are checking if the target is attackable, like this. Let's check back our more methods. So we have no problem in here. Let's check our other methods. Okay, this is alright. This is okay as well. Okay, attack is not null. This is fine as well. Can queue attack equal to train attack, or attack queue is null. And now it should be fine. So let's go back in here. Let's hit play again. Let's select our magician. I will select this whenever he's trying to attack. So I attack, I queue the attack, and after that, the attack will take place, which is perfect. Now we will attack this, we attack. I will select the puncher, select this, and then attack. I attack because he was idle, and then our flow is completely fine, and we are not able to attack if our character is dead, which is perfect. Now let's take a final look at the combat. Okay, so let me see. This is the puncher here. And we will wait until the puncher is completely the health of the puncher is completely to 0, and let's see if we can or we are able to attack. So our health is to 0, as we can see here. We are going to select with the puncher, and we were not able to attack. I will select the magician, try to attack. We are not able to attack. The monk is able to attack because he is still alive. the puncher. Okay, perfect. So I think everything is working fine now. If you find any bug in this project, please feel free to message me and I will gladly help you out for the bug that you have just found. So if we are not alive, or what we can do here as well is that we can queue the attack and wait until the target is attackable even though we are still dead. So we will do a second checking here that whenever our target becomes attackable, we will do a second checking here to check if we are still alive. And we should be able to... Okay, perfect. So everything should now work perfectly. So if you find any bug in the project, please feel free to message me and I will gladly help you out. And I hope you enjoyed this session of where we learn how to create a combat system right about Final Fantasy VII, which I think it is the most stable tutorial out there because we have a system to queue the attacks, we have our abilities that we can use in every character, which is perfect. So the next session will just be about the project review and the project general overview of what everything we have done in all of the project. So I hope to see you in the final session. Now, one last thing that we forgot to do is that whenever we want to queue an attack, we want to check if the ability .mana cost is lower or equal to our current mana points. This way we make sure that we are able to queue attacks that we only can do. At the very end of the previous session, I did some changes right in here. So in case you did not get them, the final result that I made is that we need to make sure that we have the mana points, the correct mana points. So we need to make sure that this is set right here. And then after that, what we want to do is a final check that we have the final mana points needed. So right in here, remember that we need to have this final result right in here. If we have not enough mana points than the ability mana cost, then it means that we are not able to attack and we cancel the attack. And this is the final thing that we have done. Whoops, sorry. What I meant was that if we cannot or have enough mana, so ability that mana cost is higher or equal to or higher or equal to than our mana current points. If this happens, then this means that we can use ability. And otherwise, we are just going to reduce the mana points minus equals to the ability dot mana cost. So if the mana cost is higher or equal to lower or equal to the mana current points, we are going to clear the queue. Oops, I will switch this up real quick right here. So if the mana cost is lower or equal, then this means that we can use the ability. Otherwise, it means that we need to break the ability. Hello, and I want to welcome you to the final session that we had. So I will pull up this basic data structure that we made for our project, which is our character data. Here we store all of the information that the character data will have, and as well we store all of the base functions that we can do for this class. And then later in here we specify the general behavior that our character control will have. And as well, later on we moved on to setting up our game UI. So I taught you how to set up this UI, and it will and as well it adjusts automatically depending on the characters that we have in here. And then later we created our base combat loop. So all of our character loops and everything are infinitely going up, as well as we create our enemy AI that will attack infinitely until they get killed or they have won the game. And then lastly, what we did was creating our character abilities that we made right in here. We created that the ranked attacks that have an ability are able to trigger a particle system on the enemy target. And as well, I taught you about using animation events that you can use for doing a specific type of things depending on the animation of the character. And lastly, but not least important, we finally use all of this, what I taught you as well, into all of the combat loop. We imported our animation controllers, and as well as implementing the animations and actions inside directly into animation events and onto our combat loop. So I hope you enjoyed this journey. We definitely did a lot of things here, but the final result was definitely worth it. As we can see in here, we are able to attack, we are able to set our individual data to each enemy and character. We are able to select targets, and we are able to attack as well. So if we go back in here, in our character data, if you are not able to attack, just remember that in our character queue ability in here, that the ability .mana cost must be less or equal to the mana current points. At the very end of the previous session, I did some changes right in here. So in case you did not get them, the final result that I made is that we need to make sure that we have the mana points, the correct mana points. So we need to make sure that this is set right here. And then after that, what we want to do is a final check that we have the final mana points needed. So right in here, remember that we need to have this final result right in here. If we have not enough mana points than the ability mana cost, then it means that we are not able to attack and we cancel the attack. And this is the final thing that we have done. Whoops, sorry. What I meant was that if we cannot or have enough mana, so ability that mana cost is higher or equal to or higher or equal to than our mana current points. If this happens, then this means that we can use ability. And otherwise, we are just going to reduce the mana points minus equals to the ability dot mana cost. So if the mana cost is higher or equal to, lower or equal to the mana current points, we are going to clear the queue. Oops, I will switch this up real quick right here. So if the mana cost is lower or equal, then this means that we can use the ability. Otherwise, it means that we need to break the ability. So lastly, thank you for watching all of this series, and I hope to see you in another ones of my projects. Thank you.